Okay, good morning. Everything working? Check, check. Microphone check. I'm here. I was just letting other people roll in. Okay. Okay, so let's get it rolling here. Um, what I'm going to show you here today is my watch list that I go through on the weekends that I did every day for 20 years. And so, good morning. So when I started, looking at stuff, one of the things I did was I don't have just four of these charts up. I've got actually eight. You can't see the other ones that have more bars on it. And I know you can see how things can turn into like a spider web if you start drawing too many tries and people think you're nuts. And that's why a lot of times I'll just clean it up and just get rid of all of them because, good morning, because now I can see them. So my belief was that I wouldn't try to analyze anything, and this is all pre-strat. My belief was if I just immersed myself in the charts, 2,500, 3,000 charts a day, eventually something would come to me, right? Because I got murdered when I started, like most people. And so this is what I would do as far as immersion. Look at all of them and just keep gunning through them. So I figured out how to buy strength and short weakness. But it wasn't until the strat until it made it easier. So we have scans and I have more layouts and stuff like this. But I want to show you what I would do and what I do on the weekends. And I will be going pretty quickly, but it's recorded, and then we can have Q&A after that. I'll also be commenting on certain relationships that matter. A lot of people, and I talk about this like in the power hours or during the day, that will come in with like, here's my ideas for the week or whatever. Well, they're not putting all the relationships together. What ETF is that in? Are all the stocks in that ETF looking the same? What are they doing? So let's just start off with the broader averages real quick before I start rifling through. And it's going to be alphabetical too, so you can go back and you're going to see that I haven't updated this in a long time. There's a lot of zeros in there. There's a lot of nothings. So here, get rid of them all. Don't need them. I know where they are. And so, that's one of the things where when you train your mind, you don't need the trend lines. You don't need the tries because you see them, right? And here's a butte try here, and that was the pandemics. So here we know we're stuck in the middle. And I've been saying this for months, 4 or 5 months, and that's why I cut back on vids and stuff like that. And people are like, Rob's not talking as much. And I'm like, there's nothing going on. I'm like, until you change it, take that out or take that out, and you're still in inside years, this will be the first time in 20 years that you've seen an inside year. So if you haven't been trading for 20 years, you've never seen this, all right? So there's that. So when you go to the daily, and the daily, I mean, just full on grind, but you got to go to micromanage the 3, the 2, right? And then another 3, and then 2, and then so lower, low, higher, high, stuff like that. So SPY, we know, stuck in there. QQQ, stuck in here. You got to take that out or you got to take that out. And people are like, well, there's other moves you can catch. I'm like, yeah, that's true. I'm spoiled brat. I like the big moves, right? Look at this. Look at this daily. I'm going to shrink that down just a tad. And I don't really use volume, but that's how old these layouts are. This is how long I've been doing this. And it can matter to a certain extent, but I won't get into that. Small cappers. What are you doing, buddy? So small cappers inside Mont. And look at all this. And that's what I'm going to be saying a lot today. Look at all this. How do you get out of here? Right? And we're nowhere near doing it. And, as I was talking about during the week too, is that people will get so used to this tight range. When it breaks out, some people make a lot of money and some people get killed, right? So if we go to Dow Jones Diamonds, okay, little better. So let me shrink this down a little bit. Okay. 2-2-monther, little better. Triangle layout. Not easy because it pokes up and comes back on the 2-2 weaker, but that was a 3-2-2 to take these guys out for the micro try, right? So there's all that. So, all right, so we start off. Like I said, I'm going to be rifling through this stuff. Agilent technology stock, right? What's it doing? Nothing. Inside month, right? Period. All right. And so that's just how it is. And so, the deeper you get into a month, the more you want to realize you're still an inside month. Just the deeper you get into like a day, if you're still an inside day or week. Alcoa, that's going to be with your XMEs and whatnot. Here next, monthlies, garbage. Oops, sorry. I got an auto scroller. Oops, got to go back. And that's for what I really got. So you got an inside week, but your hopes is that you come through this stuff, triangle these guys out. But look at this on the daily, in general, doing nothing. American Airlines, obviously that's transports, and you can watch all the airlines together because they pretty much trade together. You can see the monthly, inside month, and back down through this, and just doing nothing. So this was your chance. At one time, I'm not sure if it still is, was the most heavily shorted in the S&P, but you can watch that with the IYT and the airlines versus, good morning, airlines versus the trains and the, and the FedExes and the UPSs. So, always want to have all those relationships. And then fallen angels, like I said, I've got some of these guys. They've been on the list forever because it used to be somebody. Now it's a nothing. AAOI. Come on, pig. Look at this. All this stuff stuck in here, right? So if we go to AAP, that's retail, and that's going to watch with auto parts, O'Reilly's and AutoZone, right? And your monthly, how you're not going to be an inside month in this thing, right? And here you go, triangle it out. Ooh, in the weekly, ooh, down. For right now, 322 day, but it's a lot of micro tries, and that's what I've been trying to explain to people for months. When they're like, Rob used to be on like all day. I'm like, I'm here all day. I'm just, keeping you out of trouble with things that are doing nothing. Now, Apple, a little bit different of a story. And so Apple, potential outside month on the macro, right? So that's good and had a nice month here. So we like that. Now it's not doing just consolidating, but it's not giving it up. And you can see these three lower highs and the lower low here. So the hopes is we go gun and take these guys out and give us the outside year. All right. So Apple certainly on the radar from the macro vid. AbbVie drugs. All right. So that's going to be like more old school druggies. AbbVie, Pfizer, Merck, as opposed to biotechs or whatever. But AbbVie in general, monthly, you are 2 up, but you got 3 months and stuff. You're just stuck inside of here. Slow going. On the daily, slowly chugging along, but don't know. If we go to and take notes, and like I said, hopefully we have Q&A time if this doesn't take like 10 hours. Even if it does, I got nothing to do. So ABC, AmeriSmith-Bergen, that's more medical stuff, and that's 2 down, 2 up, right? And so that gets our attention because you got some more here. You got some more pivots to go after here. You're an inside week. It would be a continuation 2-1-2, but you can also take these guys out, right, on the weekly. So your daily just kind of chopping along like we've seen, but you do have that 2-2 reversal on the month. If we go to, see, like I'm explaining this stuff, it's like I said, I used to do this every morning for 20 years. So in my own mind, I can rip through it pretty quick. So it takes a little longer because I'm doing some explaining for you, but explaining it is. So Abbott Labs and Abbott trying the 2-2, not really getting much going just yet, but an inside week. You are, did go 2-2 on the day, right? So, we'll see what that weekly does. Watch out with the drugs. Good thing is you can see this is a higher low. So it would be a higher try. Wasn't weak enough to take these guys out. So that's somewhat positive. But in general, doing nothing. Okay. ACAT, that's Biopharm. Biopharm, hit your 2-2 day. You are trying to go after that month, but you can see all this stuff. It's been doing nothing for years. Okay. AOLS. ACLS. Okay, so STRAT day setting up for Monday, inside weaker, month still handling inside weak like a lot of stuff, so no good. Okay, ACMR. Fallen Angel. This used to be somebody way up there, and now just sideways pig monthly doing nothing. Okay. ACN. And ACN. Look at this monthly. Look at all this stuff. It's been doing nothing forever. I wouldn't touch that thing with a 10-foot pole. Outside of the scalping. So I know that there's scalpers that will come in here and be like, Rob, I make money scalping this thing every day. And I'm like, I bet you do. The problem is when it really breaks out, if you don't cover yourself, you're going to get murdered. You get murdered. 6 months of scalping gone 1 week. Okay, so Adobe, Doji on the month, that's no good. Right, so you can see this 4 months of pretty much sideways. Right, so not seeing much there either. And that's why we're going to get into some earnings, so we can get some gappers and stuff like that. That'll shake them up a little bit. Analog devices. Now this is in the SMH semis, right? Weekly. You can see this here, the lower lows and the higher highs. There was your try. Then come up here, try them out, and back up. Not easy, all right? So here on your month, you are slight 2 up but back down. So I don't know. Here, look at this. This is try the crap out of them on the monthly, right? And then here was your nice one, the 2-2 here. And if you got that, you can stay with it. But right here, I don't know. So here we go to Archer Daniels Midland, and that's food, and that's trying to go 2-2 back up on the month. That's something, right? And you do have your lower lows here, and trying to come back through this range. So anytime it's above this, maybe, because continuity is not just a matter of whether you have it or not, it's how much you have, right? Or with this bright greener. So I might not touch this thing until it's gunning through here, all right? Doesn't mean you can't look for shorter term 60 setups, but you might get stuck in something like this. Doing nothing. All right. ADP. Okay. So automatic data processing. I believe these guys are paychecks. So anybody getting paid? All right. Inside monther. No. No. Inside weeker. No. Look at that. Outside day. Doing nothing. Autodesk. Look at this monthly. Look at this. No thank you. Right? No thank you. You got to get out of that stuff. All right? AEE. You 2 down, 2 up, coming back to a range. You got something working there. It's the week or the daily chop 'em shopping. You start off as an inside day. So you got a little bit more on that monthly. You can watch that. Beads. AEM and the gold. Yeah, there we go. Equal tick, so that is 212 here, just hits the short-term magnitude on the monthly, and obviously you can watch that with the GDX and GLD and all that kind of stuff. And not a bad little move off the monthly, and that's why you want to start at the longer time frames and work your way down, as opposed to go the other way. AEO retail. Ugh. Look at this, months and months and months of sideways. Hello, good morning, depending on where you are. So, not for me. What you do have is this. Right there. Okay, AES, more boring ute. Oops. AFLAC, inside monther, financial insurers. You can watch that with KIE and all the other insurance names right now inside month. Don't know. AFRM, Fallen Angel, Puker. I don't know if they're going to make it. Inside monther, there are some percentage moves in there that you can try and catch, but not the boy it used to be. Okay, AGCO, inside week. Still all this month. If you took all these months, they're stuck in these months here, right? This is bad, right? And you can see it's slowly trying to drift up, but you watch that with the cat and the deer. Okay. AGIO, that's bio. Ugh. Look at this. Monthly's a nothing. Now trying to break down a bit, but chop them, shop them in the daily, and hopefully you're already picking up on the theme of why I've been pulling back so much. AGMH, that's some shenaniganer from years past. Silver. Okay, silver with the gold. Silver AGQ goes 2 down, 2 up. Right, but it hits that short-term magnitude and then backs off on the daily, so now I don't know, but that was nice. Kicker weekly back through pivot machine gun here that took out the month, right? So that's what you'd be looking for. Now I don't know, because you got to trying them out and going back up. But that's what we want to see. AI. Oh boy. Well, the good thing about this thing, it's moving around, right? Cowboy style. But now you got a 3-1er week. If the AI is not what they say it is, come down, take these guys 3-1-2 fuker, because you're going on that 3-monther, right? So that's a little more interesting, because even if something's doing nothing, I like these big old juicy ranges, right? A little bit tricky on the 60s, but triangle the out, shooter, counters hammer, then stop them out. 3, a little bit tricky in there, but here's a nice little 2-2-60. So because in this environment we want good trading stocks, right? We do. Okay, AIG, handily inside month, ain't no way it ain't gonna be that. So that's insurance, obviously, and KIE and all that. AIV, this is REIT, and sideways we go on the monthly. Micro tri-weekly. Akamai, that's technology. Now you're 3-2 on the 3-2-2 on the monther. That gets a little bit more of my attention, because we know that the tech has been the strength of the year with Bitcoins. So if this is the bottom of the trend, we could start gunning through these guys, you might get something out of this. You got an inside day. Akamai 3-2-2 monther. And I can already hear the pencils going. ALGN inside monther. Lower low, now the higher high, so the question is, you can expand this try and keep coming blasting through. But you got to get out of all here. So I'd be watching that month, and you can see that. ALK airline going inside month almost for sure. And obviously you can watch that with the other crappy airline stocks. ALKS, that's bio. Okay, so you did go 2-2 monther. Right, took your magnitude here, now stalls out, so you can see they try the out, and then 2-2, right back up. Now you got this try to get out of, right? So the question is, can you get out of that because you hit monthly magnitude? Okay, Allstate, more insurers, inside monther almost for sure. KIE and all your friends over there. ALLK, oh boy. This former shenaniganer, when the drugs don't work, going to 0. All right, so if you're into that kind of thing. ALNY, more bio, flirting with a 2-2 monther to the upside on an inside week. Either inside week, just chopping them up, but good on the daily, don't know. But could get my attention above this, because you triangle these guys out, and then you can start coming after this. You can watch that with IBB, XBI, and all your friends over there. Alarm, sound the alarm, pig. Okay, still skirting the lows after this. The good thing is you did try these guys out now. You might as well try all these guys out, and the question is, can you stay into the new lows? If we go to AMAT, that's SMHer, QQQs, and Momo Shoot on the week. Excuse me. So we'd be watching this with SMH and Qs and all that to see if you can take this month to the downside slightly. But like I said, it's not a matter of just having continuity or the signals. How much do you have? So we'd want to see how many other SMHers are taking out the lows at the same time. And then, if it starts puking through here, I always tell people you don't have to be the first one in. AMBA. Okay, that's more semi-chippers. Triangle the out. 2-2 monther still working, coming back through here. Just drifting death on the weekly. So what you'd wait for is this, the 2-2 day. Down she goes. So that would need to set up again, but showing some weakness coming back through the range. AMC, Memer. It's all over but the crying over there, so not much to say about them, except that they're meme spikes every once in a while. I obviously watch that with the game stonkers. and formerly Bloodbath, but that's pretty much corpse. AMD inside of the month. All right, so they could have some stories to tell come the new month. We got some month left, but like what it said, is you can have that relationship. What does SMH do? What is, all these things that are inside do in the month? And AMD, look at this. Has its moments, but they're fleeting at this point. Okay, Amgen 2-2 monther, so we're seeing some of those in the bio. That's good. Just hit some short-term magnitude by these two becoming an outside bar of that, then backs off. So now I don't know. We've got an inside day to start. That's also in the Dow Jones. Ameriprise Financial, inside month almost faux show. Faux show, and that's just how it is. No thank you. Okay, AMRN, and Fallen Angel Puker. What are you going to do, short it into $1.30? Okay. American Superconductor, there's another piggy. Like I said, a lot of these things have been in here a long time. American Tower. So Towers got AMT, SBAC, right? And so, you look at these together, the Towers, and they're also defensive names, so you can watch the relationship with the defensive names with these with the Utes and the XLPs. So what you do have is the 2-2 monther. Just kind of triangles these guys out, micro tries, slight lower low, slight higher high in the weekly. Don't know. Okay, AMX, American Mobile, we'll pass on Mexico. Auto Nation Retail inside Doji monther, chopping them up, but good on the weekly. Some nice back and forth moves, but not for me. Arista Networks monthly, inside month, inside week, so it's going to get out of there. Then you'd want to try and see these lower lows here. Then you want to start gunning through these guys, but I don't want to be the first one in. Abercrombie's retail and inside monther, trying to get out of this. Then the 2-2 down. Don't know. All right. Angie, need a contractor? They never show up anyway, so why even call? She's going to the lows, pig. Okay, and therapeutics, that's inside month almost for sure. Prepare to get chopped up. ANIP, same thing. Okay, Aon. Now here's a little bit different because we've seen a lot of these insurers inside months, right? But Aon says STRAT monther, right? So that tells me we got buyers in Aon. Now you're not going to get too much help out of everything else, but that's what that tells me, that there's buyers in here. They're not doing anything in anything else, but they're coming after Aon insurer. Apache. Still an inside month, but getting closer. Obviously, you can watch all the energies here to see if you get the 2 down, 2 up monther. APD, Doji monther, not for me. Okay. Appen. So, inside monther, if you can start taking these guys out, then you get my attention. Other than that, you're just sitting there doing nothing. ARCT, Druggy Therapeutics, does take that 3-2 monther up. It's been doing nothing here. Had a nice move here so far, but you got to stay above all this. Otherwise, you try right back down. You can see right here that slight lower low. Triangle out, good. So now I don't know. But it is green on the month, and it is 3-2 monther up. Okay. ARC. Oh, Kathy. Doji monther doing nothing. Okay, there's a bunch of Kathy stuff. All dojis, Kathy. Okay. ARNC, Doji monther, not for me. Okay, ARWR, that's more bio. Well, you do have your lower low. You took this out, so if you go to 2-2 monther, you might get my attention on this, but for the most part, not too exciting. Okay, ASAN, oof, another fallen angel. Look at this. Ugh, doing nothing forever. No, thank you. Okay, Ashland, Trying to work a monthly hammer, but like I said, I want to have that thing digging in. I don't have to be the first on the hammer. If this thing's really going to crank through here, it'd be bright green up into here, but you can keep that on the radars right there. Okay, Asher, that's China. China just sitting there doing nothing, so. Oof, ASPS. Oof. Sad state of affairs here, so, but, if you shorten it, it's at $3.08, but there's a real nice weekly. Tight range, chop them up, triangle layout, boom. Okay. THM. Okay. Monthly sideways forever. So, not really sure there either. ATI, inside monther, no thanks. ATVI, now that's got some news with Microsoft. You can see weekly triangle layout, get that lower low. Triangle layout to make sure nobody's in for this. Not strong enough to take that out just yet. Doji on the month, no good. Last month, good here, but it all came on a gap, so there's not much you can do there. AU, there you go, gold. 2-2 monther, it's still working. See, that's nice, gold. Right, now it's a little choppy up in here, but that's what you look for. And like I said, I don't have to be the first one in this thing. Once this thing starts going bright green, and then I get my follow through, that's what I wanted right there. No lower lows on your weeklies, just a little exhaustion risk there now. AVAV, that's more Kathy drones and stuff. Trying to get out of this range, taking these guys out. Needs to stay up there, but not seeing too much else on that. Here's your 60, triangle the out, 2-2, right back up. AVB, more REIT, whole bunch of sideways. And the problem is here you had that tight range, and you took out the highs and the lows, now you're right dead back in the middle inside. AVD. Nope. AVGO, more semis, and so we're watching to see the semis, who goes inside in the month. AVGO, AMD still holding inside months. Okay. Avid 2-2 monther hits magnitude, just stops. So we'll see if that sets up again, but you are 2-2 monther. We'll respect that. AWK water, 3-2-2 monther, so that's more Ute stuff. Okay. AXLN, 3-1 weaker, get a little bit of my attention. Doji on the month would be the problem, but that could take that to another 2 higher high monther. American Express, dead inside monther financials, no good. AXSM, bio. All right, trying to machine gun these guys a little bit. Get more of my attention if you can go 2-2 monther, though. Chop them up, triangle out, get. See? Okay, AYI. 3-2 down on the monther, so that's still good below here. 165 or 155, 65.24. That's still good because you got some more room to take these guys out. Doji on the week's no good. Starting off with shooter counters, hammer day. AYX. It's more tack. That's inside month and downer. Okay, not totally falling apart, but that gets my attention if watching the tech to the downside. AZRE, Fallen Angel, Puker, Boeing. Mother bar issues of all time. So this thing's stock. Look at this weekly. Couldn't take out that highs and then drops back in here. So Boeing's still having problems. Baba, China. It's slight inside day down. It's inside monther. Got to get out of here. You can watch that with all the Chinas and all that kind of stuff. But back and forth we go, and back in the middle of this range would be the problem. So you're nowhere near taking these guys or those guys out. Bank of America. Well, we got some bank earnings coming out, but handily inside monther. You do have your lower low, though, if they want to try and gun back through here. But that would still have to happen. The band. Okay. Well, we got through the A's, and I'll be right back. I'm going to get a glass of water here. My Voice is going here. You can see this could be a long haul, but there's a lot more A's than a lot of things, so don't worry about that. Hopefully you're getting a lot out of this. I'll be right back, and we'll stay on them. All right. Okay, good. All right, I'm back. Everybody having fun? The band, Fallen Angel, Biopuker. No bandwidth. Sorry, this is not that. So, not sure what you're going to do with this thing. You can see this weekly just drying up. So. Okay, Baxter, more medical device stuff, and 2-2 on the month. And I was asked about this. So far, he's micro tried. So he took out the slight lower low, took these guys out. Now you got to climb this wall. That'd be good if you can get through here. So, and that's something to keep an eye on because we've seen a couple of those medical device things up. Ugh. Memer, BB, Blackberry used to be somebody, now a nobody. Bloodbath going to 0. And so, when I worked on the Chicago Stock Exchange, it was a bastion of short selling, right? And they'd be short. A lot of guys could short things going into zeros. But the question is, can you stay short through that? I don't think so. Gun it up to $7 before going down. You just got to get out of the way for that kind of stuff, and then you can short it into the dirt. Yeah, Rim. There we go. Okay. Build a bear. Okay. You guys want to build your own teddy bear? And this is where I get back to things sound so stupid that they're actually good. It's like, don't worry about what they do, But build a bear, sideways monthly, but green on the month. And took that Momo hammer up. I don't know. You get this mother bar issue in here, but build a bear. Best Buy, retail. Okay. Best Buy, triangle the out, 2-2. Still dropping on the month. They're not totally falling apart here in the weekly, but you do have your higher high. You do have your lower low, so you always want to look for that. Not totally exciting, but there it is. BCO, Brinks truck. Okay, inside monther. BTN, that's REIT. Having all sorts of trouble here, but still trying to hold on to an inside month, it looks like. But I don't know, shorted into the dirt, McGruder, not sure. But here's your nice STRAT monther fuker. Never had to cover. See? Can you swing trade the STRAT? Sure as hell can. BDX, and that's more medical device stuff. So we're seeing that little theme there with the 2-down, 2-up monther, right? So medical devices getting it done. Just not real beefy like I like. Beacon Roofing Supply. So they like the hurricanes and the disasters. Would set up the 3-2-2 monther. Just got to close that month out. So tight on the day. You can see that slight lower low, then the slight higher high. Tight triangle business in there. Potential for next month. Then inside monther. More finance. Barry. Inside month. No, thank you. But you can see here the weekly. Triangle the out and triangle the out. BG, Bongi, that's ag, inside month, which might get you 3-1 or next month, but oof, getting murdered in here. Okay, BGS, retail foods, shooter on the week, had that nice daily down here. I don't know if that was RevStrat or not. Doji on the month, no thank you. BHP Billiton, that's mining. Inside monther, no thank you. Especially with the golds going, we prefer the gold, so you can watch all the miners versus each other. What are they mining? Is it gold? What do they got? So, okay, Baidu. Baidu going to try and go after the month. So Baidu would get my attention if you start puking through here, and we'd watch that with all the Chiners, because Baidu, been bringing it in, looking to take these guys out, triangle they out. So looking to take that out, 126.33. So you get a little bit more meat, and then you can see if it keeps going, because if it does that, then you start coming through here. So we'd watch that with all the Chiners. Big Lots retail inside month, but drifting death, trying to go lower. So just, I prefer those long red and green bars, which you don't have. Big C, just never recovered. Look at that weekly. The 3-2-2. You ever cover that thing? Nah, nope. 60 down to 8. And that's why, when you have these winners, when people say, can you swing the STRAT? I'm like, you can. you know, if you catch something that is nowhere near taking you out, you can sit in there until cows come home. I don't care. BIIB. A long tail this has been. But it is 2-2-monther to the upside. Trying to come back through here. And they keep talking about their Alzheimer's drug and all that kind of stuff. And they've been talking about these forever. But the bio's been doing nothing forever. But there you go. There's your try BIIB. Billy, more China. Inside monther, sideways, doing nothing. Does have some nice intraday moves, though. Bill, inside monther, near the lows. Sideways, but inside monther, so nope. BK, and that's more financials inside. BLCM Pharma, when the drugs don't work, and you can see how many fallen angels when you have this long of a list. 28 cents. And Blink 182, and that's EV stuff and batteries, and nope. Going to the lows is drifting death. So if you're into short and $7 stocks. Blue, there's another fallen angel. Oof. And that's in the bio. Doji on the monther. BMRN, a little bit more interesting. Still an inside month, but if you can take this out next month or later in the month, that would get my attention. Because we are seeing some medical and some bios picking up. There's Bristol Myers is a 2-2. 3-2-2 on the monther. Right? And an inside week. All right? So that gets a little bit more of my attention because you can see they've been trying the crap out of these guys. Chop them. Triangle the out, triangle the out, triangle the out, triangle the out, triangle the out. And if they can triangle the out up here, that'd be a nice move. So you might keep an eye on Bristol Myers. BNTX, that's more Vaxxer. Dying. Inside monther. Chop them, chop them. You watch that with the NVAX and the Modernas. Bots. Okay. So, artificial intelligence ETFer. Still looks like inside monther. Just kind of sitting there, but we'll see. Box. Pig. Inside month for sure. Okay. BP. Energy. Potential 2-2-monther back, trying to go back to the highs. So BP used to be one of my all-time favorites until they started dumping oil into the Gulf because they were like yielding over 7%. So it's like, just keep trading it. But then after that, it's a little different story. But trying to go the highs. BPOP. That's your Puerto Rican bank. Inside month for sure. Berkey B. Warren goes 3-2 on the month. They're trying to get out of here. Just want to stay out of there after what? Triangle out. Inside week. And that's also, excuse me, a big component of the FAS, believe it or not. So, excuse me. Burlington Coat Factory. Okay, setting up Shooter Connor's Hammer Day. Triangle the out. So the questions be weak enough to triangle these guys out. So far, you're 2 down on the month below here. And then you'd want to go after that to see if you're weak enough to take that out. But we'll see. BVN or mining. Sideways doing nothing inside month. Borg Warner, that's truck parts. Okay, inside weaker, but still inside monther. Okay, BX, that's more inside month financial. BXP, that's more inside month reach, but having some problems. So, but just going into lower lows, so be aware of that, but inside month. BXS, regional bank, actually holding up better than most of the regionals, but looks like they're gone. Maybe, huh? Okay. Looks like they're gone. Beyond the meats. Oh boy. Man. Sideways, look at this. No. Nope. No. BZH, Home Builder. 2-2-monther to the upside. That gets a little bit more of my attention. Home Builder's coming back. Right, 2 down, 2 up. Magnitude here, 1763. So not a ton of it, but you can watch that with the ITBs and the XHBs and all your buddies. BZQ. There you go. Ultra Short MSCI. STRAT monther. Okay. Ultra Short. BZUN, more China. It's trying to go 2 down on the monther. See if like Baidu and all, they start kicking in to come down through these guys. You can watch all that with shiners. See that they hit some magnitude on those things. Citicorp's more inside on the month, so we'll see. Tight try business here, lower low, potential higher high if they bring it up. So CACC can be a little thin, but it is hammer counter shooter on the month, and in the financials. So we'll see. ConAgger setting up the 322 monther to the downside for next month after triangle the out and triangle the out. Cardinal Health, 2-2 monther hammer counter shooter. Got a little bit more room to take these guys out. That can also be a little thin too sometimes, but there it was, 3-2. Come after these guys. Triangle all these guys out. Now going up. Cardinal Health, still good on the month. Cake, the Cheesecake Factory. Okay, so Cheesecaker still drifting lower on the month. The hopes it's come back through all these guys. This stuff, but don't have a new setup really there. Okay, chicken eggs, sideways chop them, shop them forever. Look at this. Ugh, gonna get murdered in there. It does have some nice moves, but this is a nice daily 2-2. Ugh. But outside of that, be careful. Car, tranny, stock. Not seeing much there. You can see all this sideways monthly stuff, albeit there's some moves in there to catch, but so we start in the longer term stuff. Looks like it's all over at Cara Therapeutics. Whatever they do, it's not working, going to zero, so you got $4 left. Casey's General Stores. And that's a 3-2-2, right, to the upside. So that's still good. Just doji on the day gap up and sit there, so you're probably going to wait for it to set up again. But you do have a 3-2-2. Cat Tractor. We've known about this monthly try for, or weekly and monthly try forever. All right. So the question is, you go 3-1 on the week, triangle the out and triangle the out. Is this just triangle these guys out and then go re-blasting? Right? Or come back down here and come back through the try. So monthly says 2 down and trying to fight back. You can watch that Dow Jones, obviously, and John Deere and AGCO. Chubb, more insurance inside monther. CBOE. All right, go options. So that's, a 2 up. So that's something. It's trying. So just got to stay up. When they do that, stay up. Here's your target layout. 2 down, 2 up on the week. Circuit City. Chemours. Inside monther for sure. Okay. CCI. There's another tower. So potential 3 monther. So you can watch that with your AMT and your SBAC. CCJ, Camco. That's an inside month for sure. Carnival Cruise. Ugh. Sideways doing nothing forever in an inside month. CDE. That's silver. And spike up, shooter on the week. Trying to get out of there, but just not having the move that the silver itself had so far. CDW. Okay. Inside monther. Nope. CENX. Inside monther. Nope. CF. That's more ag. Inside monther. Nope. Church and Dwight. That's XLP. All right. So month goes 2 up, but backing off, so not sure there. Okay, checkpoint. 2 up on the month, just backs off a little off that weekly. Still tight rangers. I don't see much there. Okay, CHRS, a little bit, little guy. You do have your 2-2 monther. Not sure, but if that can maintain, might find some morsel in there. CHRW trucker, that's tranny. Potential 2-2 weaker. 2 down in the month though. so not much. Chico's, or as I like to call it, Cool Grandma, doing nothing. Charter, sideways for months. Chewy's, inside month, no thank you. And Chewy, dog food. Ugh. Inside month, not doing much. Triangle them out here. The problem would be if you can start taking out some of these guys. Just not seeing it as yet. Cigna Healthcare, handily underperforming inside month there. Okay, Sienna, inside month, sideways. Colgate, 1, 2, 3, 2 up, but comes back into the range, and that's XLP. CLDX Therapeutics, looks like what they're doing is not working. 3, 2 down, and that's still good on the downside below there. 33.83. CLF, there's more of your metals. Nope. 2 down, so don't know. Stuck in here. Your hopes is you close out and then go 2 up next month, but then you could try and go after these guys, the higher high and the lower low. But CLLS, Fallen Angel Pig. CLNE, inside month, good luck with that. Clorox, that's more XLP trying to go after Momo Hammer. So if they start rotating into the XLP, we'll see if that goes Momo Hammer with the rest of the gang there. CMCM, Cheetah Mobile. Oh boy. 2-2 monther, but not a lot of continuity there. Comcast, once again trying to go 2-2 up, but not a lot of continuity to go after. Will be RevStrat day to start off the week. CME goes up, drops back. Doji monther, no thank you. Cummins Engine, that's more trucker parts. Setting up the potential 3-2-2 monther. Watch out with the Borg Warners. It is 3-2 on the weaker, but not sure. CMRX, Fallen Angel Pig, 0. Centene, that's healthcare. Still, it's green. Just got to take out that month and do something. CNCE, that looks like a buyout. Okay, Canadian National Railway. 2-2 monther. That's good coming back through this range. That's good. As they can advertise. No derailments here. They're A. CNK. Okay, that's 2 up on the month. That's good. And you got this mess in here. So the hopes is you can come after these guys all the way up into there after triangle the out and triangle the out. So you're just in slight exhaustion risk by taking all these guys out, so you got to stay up there. CNQ. Okay, that's 2-2 monther. Holds a gap. That's good. On the weekly, you just got to take these guys out after triangle the out. And then stay up there. CNX. Sideways down now. Cord blood. God, crap. Capital One, more in financials inside. COG, that's gone. Coinbase, going inside monther, it looks like, and that could be interesting to see, especially after the run-up we've seen in, the Bitcoin recently, so. CONN retail. Looks like they got some problems. Your mother bar issue on the daily, whatever's going on there. 2-week inside pattern. Triangle the out and triangle the out and then puke. So having some problems, but it's a $5 stock. So Conoco. So we can watch a bunch of these energies are close to them 2-2 monthers. If they start kicking those in again. No hurry. Costco, been doing nothing forever. See these 2 months? All of this has been inside of that. So a lesser man would say it's coiling. It's doing nothing, right? Coiling means doing nothing. Coop, bought out. CP Rail. Still inside month, so CP Rail not joining the Canadian party there. CPE, handily inside month. But you did Triangle that down into here, 212. CRM, still inside month, but fighting back and trying to go after a Rev Strat weaker. So that's also Dow Jones and Qs and all that kind of stuff. Cron, you guys want to smoke some weed? Nope. Nope. Not your swag. Crocs, 2-2-monther. And there's another one for you. It's like just Crocs. And, what's your portfolio? Crocs and Build-A-Bear. But, so far, so good. CRS, that's steel. Inside monther for sure. Cruiser gaming, doing nothing. Okay. So, CrowdStrike. And you can watch that with your Cybers, your Palo Altos, stuff like that. But Doji on the month, just fighting back after with this, the 2-2 lower low on the month. Get. Cisco. Red on the month, not doing too much. So. CSIQ Solar, that's going to be an inside month. CSX inside month, that's Rails. Watch that with the rest of the Rails trannies. CTSH inside month, no thank you. CVAC, Fallen Angel Corpse inside monther. CVI, that's refiner, and actually dropping in this. I used to have a guy that would trade this because of the yield, but months sideways. Commvault, all right, you at least get a little 2-2-monther, and you might go try these guys out, and too strong to take that out, so that's somewhat good. Carvana, ooh boy. If we could have that one back. 2-2 year. CVS, inside month, Doji. Chevron takes the month. So we'll watch how many of these energies can go 2-2 on the month, because we've got some that are close and some that are doing it. So that could get a little more interesting if they do firm up. Okay. CX, Mexican Cement, build that wall. And so they're coming up here. It's 2 month. It's trying. So it's just got to stay up there, and you can see this micro, try the out. Slight lower low, and off she goes. CXW, inside monther, and that's prisons. Cyber, so when we're talking about the hacks and all that kind of stuff, Cyber, not getting it done. Trying to go 2-2 monther, but you can see all this sideways in here. Okay, Dominion, there's a 2-2 monther, and that's utility, so you can keep an eye on that. DXLU, not too exciting, but Delta, more airlines inside on the month. DoorDash Corpse, they're going sideways forever, so don't know. Dumpster Baby, Deutsche Bank, inside monther. DBX, okay. Dropbox gets a little bit more of my attention because that's a 3-2-2, right, on the month. Been doing nothing forever, but it's going to do something. Now you got your broadening formation to work. Stopped all these guys at. Now let's go stop these guys at. So Dropbox, a little more interesting. Corpse Pharmaceuticals now. Triple D, oh boy. Trying to go after the monthers to take it back down. But a corpse forever. DDS Retail. And this thing can move, just it can really be thin, but inside monther. John Deere, 2 month of downside, 3-1 on the weekly, like cat and ag. So maybe something on the weekly. The monthly, I don't know. Deckers, going to the highs, give me some Uggs. So having a nice little move there, just going into all-time highs. So that's something. You just got exhaustion risk, that's all. Ronnie James Diageo. Booze. Okay. 3-2 month to the upside. Just years of sideways there. So DFS. More financials inside of the month. DG. Retail inside of the month. DHI. Trying to go 2-2 monther, but then backs off. So you can watch that with the rest of the home builders, see if they start going. So we saw that BZH. Danaher, Doji doing nothing. Diamonds, like I said, 2-2 monther, so we can respect that. And there's only 30 stocks in there to go after, so that's good. IHOP pancakes, sideways forever inside monther. Disney, Doji on the month, sideways forever, doing nothing. Dish Networks, oh boy. And Dish going into the lows. And so this has been a nice little trend, or just a little grindy. But if you can find your way in this thing, now you're into exhaustion risk by new lows. DraftKings, still inside month. So it's been in the crapper for a while, but we'll see. Dick's, retail, inside month, no thanks. Thomas Dolby, trying to go 2-2 monther, but I'd like to a little more continuity on that. DLR, more REIT skirt in the lows. DLR REIT. Okay. Duluth, good underwear. Inside month, they're doing nothing. Dollar Tree, sideways forever here. Nope. Docu, ugh. Inside monther, corpse. Corpse. Major Domo, still inside month, sideways for months and months and months. Domino's Pizza, it's trying to go inside month and upward, sets up the STRAT month there, but not seeing much there either. Diamond Rock Hospitality, inside month. Nope. DRI still inside month. I was trying to come back here, but we'll see. It's more pandemics opening up trades if that's still a thing. Dripper. If we get this dripper here, and this would help the energy if you can get that RevStrat monther to kick in, but dry ships gone. DSX pig. DTE, that's more Ute going 2-2 monther to the upside. Utilities. Okay. Duke goes up, it comes back. We'll see if that re-breaks because that would help the utilities. And hopefully you're seeing what I was talking about when we started about having themes and saying that, there'll be, you can see a bunch of financials are inside months. You can see a bunch of the medical stuff, 2-2 monthers to the upside with the utilities, and that's what we're looking for, really. DaVita, it's more medical stuff going 2-2 monther. Okay, and Devon, so all this Devon would help, right? And you can see these energies close. If they all start kicking on those monthlies, that would get our attention. DXCM, sideways nothing, inside monther. Okay. EA, 3-2. So that tells you the TTO and the ATVI to keep an eye on those. So EA coming up, maybe stay home and do some gaming all summer. Brinker, restaurant, inside monther. eBay, doing nothing, inside monther. ECL, Doji monther, nope. ED was 3-2 on the month, so comes back in. We'll see if that re-breaks to help the utilities. Edit, corpse. Okay, EDU, shenanigan or inside month. Ego, that's gold. And so the gold, we can see that the gold's been strong. So you got the gold. EGRX trying to go, that's more bio. Trying to go 2-2 on the month and now an inside week. Okay, E-Man. Okay, not dead yet, but we'll see. Eastman Chems. Sideways, doing nothing, inside monther. Emerson Electric, Doji, no thank you. ENPH inside month, so that we'll see how that sets up the solars coming into the new month. Depends on whether it stays that way or not. EOG, like I said, there's another energy that's going to take that out. Be watching that for potential simultaneous breaks. EQR, that's REIT, and that's staying inside of the month as well. EQT, that's natty, staying inside quadruple doji on the month. No thanks at this point. Okay, and there's your ERX. See, and ERX is just sitting there too, so you can watch all these energies to see if they start going on those monthlies. Okay, ESPR, Fallen Angel Corpse. Eaton Corp. More industrials. Red on the month, then a potential inside month going next month. So that's, nope. ETR, and that's also Ute, and that comes in. So we'll see if that rebreaks or what it does. Okay, Etsy, slowly corpsing out. Okay. Euro USD. Okay, inside month to the upside. Get EW, 2-2 monther, just hit magnitude, just kind of stalls out, but that's in the BIOS, so you can watch all the BIOS there. Okay. United Kingdom, go Britain. 2-2 monther after triangle the out. EWZ Brazil, 2-2 monther rev strat. Monther. Okay. EXAS, inside month, no thank you. EXC, another Ute that went up and came back in, so we'll see if the Utes reclaim all that kind of stuff. EXK Silver, 3-2 to the upside. Just some exhaustion risk, like we've seen in those metals. EXPD, that's more tranny. It's kind of sitting there going sideways for 4 months. EXPE, still skirting the lows. We'll see in the monthly because you did triangle these guys out. See if you can take all that out, but not sure. Okay. EXPI, another Fallen Angel Corpse. EXR, that's more REIT. You can watch that with PSA, still inside monther. The Ford Motor Company. All right, we get to F. I'm going to take another break here. Hope everybody's having fun. As you can see, it's a long hole. So, all right, but it's, you know, as I was saying, it's like the reason I did it this weekend is like because we're going to get through this stuff a lot faster than we normally would if I got to do a ton of analysis. But you're already seeing the themes that we're looking for and what's playing out and what's not, right? And why I've been calling so much stuff off. All right, I'll be right back, and we'll keep it going. Okay, I'm back. And Ford Motor Company. So, one of the things about Ford Motor Company is that, there used to be a high correlation with the big boys, Ford and General Motors, because of EVs and all that kind of stuff. It's kind of messed it up a little bit. So, they don't have that high correlation we used to have when they used to say, as goes motors, so goes the market. You can see Ford drying up into nothing. But it was a macro vid big winner a couple years ago up into here. So, but there it was, outski, and then take her the other way. So doing nothing. Ford Motor Company. Fang Energy, trying to go RevStrat month. They're still stuck in a bunch of this stuff, but you can see they triangle them out down into here. So if they start coming back through here, like I said, we're seeing, a potential move for the energy. So if they all start going, FAS inside on the month makes sense. You got a lot of bank earnings coming out, but we've seen all the financials, fast and all. Yeah, I don't know. Nice daily try they out there. Boom, 2-2. So there's your daily try, but chopping them up but good here in the weekly. Don't know. Okay. Okay, Fazzy Bear. And there's your financial crisis butte. But inside month, as we can expect. Facebook now Meta. FCG, that's Natty Gas. Still inside monther, so we'll see if anything comes of that. Held up better than the Natty itself. FCX, obviously, that's metals and oil and all that kind of stuff. Still inside month, but would be RevStrat to the upside. You can watch that with all materials and stuff like that. FedEx, trying to fighting back. So inside weaker. You're watching that with the trannies and everybody else. So FedEx trying to work it, but doji in the month. FUIE. Ugh. Nope. Mother bar issues of all time. This thing. Nope. F5. Nope. Sideways. Dojis forever. FHN. Shenanigan banker. Inside monther for sure. Fiserv. A little bit stronger, but inside monther. And remember, mind you, I did this every day for 20 years. Over 20 years. Every day. FitB, that's more banker going inside month. 5 below, that's retail, setting up Shooter Connor's hammer, but you got some time on that monther, so not sure. But doji monther, boo. Foot Locker retail, that's inside monther, boo. FLGT, peg. Doji monthers. Okay, Fleur, inside month, nope. FLS, nope. Okay, FLT, you do have a 2-2 monther there. Gets a little bit of my attention. Like to see a little bit more continuity in that. FMC, it's chems, inside monther. The Fanger, triple fungu. Doji, nope, not for me. FNV, now there's gold. There's your 2-1-2 up. That's still good with the golds. So we're still seeing that theme in gold so far. Fossil, oh boy. Inside month near the lows. No thank you. Fox A, inside month. Fergie restaurant, inside monther. Inside, no thank you. FRT, that's more REIT inside, no. Okay, FSLR, cooking inside monther. You do have an inside weaker and inside day, but we'd watch that with all the solars to see how they set up. As we saw before, ENPH is possibly inside month as well. Fisker, peg. Into the lows she goes. If you want to short into the dirt, McGurt, there was your 3-1-2 off the day, if that's your thing. Yeah, it wouldn't be bad to start a newsletter for that short him into the dirt, McGurt, if you're into that thing, because there's a lot of things going. When you go through these many charts and for this long, you can see the things that are just def going to zero. They're just going to zero. Okay, Flowtac having some issues here. There's a zero for you, 67 cents. Fortinet, that's more cyber, and that is a 2 up on the month. And triangle out down into here. Just got to stay up there, that's all. But so far, not bad. Just, exhaustion risk. Fubo. Oof. Oh, God. God help us. Okay. Fu 2, sideways, 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 like a lot of Chiners. FXE, the euro. I'm trying to take that month there, but it's not my thing. FXI, more China, doing nothing. Pound USD, doing nothing. And so, people ask me about the FX, and like usually FX, the only time I'm going to watch that is around like, huge geopolitical news like Brexit and stuff like that to get some real beefy moves. Okay, GCI, Doji, nothing. General Dynamics, inside monther. If they start to move, though, you would have STRAT monther, but you don't have that. GoDaddy, want to build a website? Nope. Doji. GDX, as we can expect, up on the month, so the golds. Could use a little triangle out. GXJ, that's the little guys. So you did get your daily triangle out if they want to go 2-2 on some of this stuff on Monday or Tuesday, we'll see. General Electric, believe it or not, out of the ashes. It's GE, Doji on the monther, but there was your inside monther and bam. Guess Jeans. Gapper on Friday and then rallied back up. I'm sorry, on Thursday, but now I'm still inside month. GFI, that's more gold, so we can watch all them golds together. GII, that's retail, sideways forever, inside month. GILD, trying to go 2-2, but not getting it done. Doji on the month, so I'd have to retake this, start gunning through here to get my attention. General Mills, that's more XLP. So you get a little bit more if they take this out, all right? But watch all that XLP, just not a lot of meat on them bones. Gold itself, not totally getting it done. It's hanging around, but we'll see if they can get that thing blasting to help all those other guys. If it just hangs around, they might not care. Because you'll also see not only just a correlation, like, a lot of people talk about or ask about the correlation of crude and XLE and OIH. Obviously, they're correlated because of the commodity, but you'll see them not necessarily rotating into both of them, right? So they might be just saying that the mining stocks, so long as gold holds anything, is good. So Glink, inside, nope. Corning, well, it would be STRAT month if you can take it, but right now you're inside month doing nothing. The old glowworm. Motors, sideways for nothing, and yuck. Inside monther. Karen Feinerman, you want some more? GameStock, inside month memer. You can see the weekly here. 3 weeks inside of that. Stuck memeing. Where's DF? DFV. He rode off into the sunset. Generac, sideways for months. You do have this little triangle out, though, if they want to try and take these guys out, but I'm not amused. GNW. Out of the ashes she comes on the inside day. Still an inside month, but a financial, a little shenanigan, but I keep an eye on that for some fun. Go-go boots. Ugh. Okay, GOLD goes 2-2. A 3-2. Hits magnitude and stalls out. You can watch that with the rest of the golds. GPC, that's more auto parts, and that's an inside monther. GPRE, sideways forever. Land, no thank you. GoPro. Oof. Sad story this was. That was a great short, too. That was a great short. Gap stores, inside month, still skirting the lows. Groupon. Ugh. Still inside month, but broken. Okay. Gruig. You guys want some weed? Nope. Goldman Sachs, inside month, more financials. So the question is this the triangle they out? And then you go blasting through here, all this range, because you triangle all these guys out and then hold. But we got some time on that month. Like I said, a lot of earnings coming out. GSK Druggy, and that's got some other bar issues in this thing. These 2 months all inside of that. 2 down, 2 up on the month. So you can watch that because we saw Bristol Myers. And we'll see how the drugs go as we come along here. Okay. Good tires. Nope. Sideways dojis for mods. Okay, GitLab. Still skirting the lows. Going somewhat sideways, but it's got some death rattles there if we want to take out some more lows. Gush, inside month. Granger, GWW, 2 month downer, but potential triangle the out and triangle the out and back up 2-2 grinder. Grinder is just a chop shop. Don't know. Letter H, hotel. That could be a 3-1er. Could be a little more interesting next month. Hawaiian Air. 2 poor to go there, but still inside monther. Hack, still sideways. Doing nothing. Hain Celestial. Not to be confused with the underwear. That's HBI. Nope. Dojis. Oops. Halliburton was an inside month. As you can see here, Halliburton, Hasbro, look up. Halliburton. Not doing us any favors here in the energies. Halliburton. Ain't getting out of that anytime soon. There. Okay. And then Hasbro. Do you have a sister? No, Hasbro. Slowly drifting lower inside monther. H-band bank, inside month, mother bars for issues, forever. There's your underwear, HBI, Commando. Trying to go down, but just grindy. Home Depot, Doge. Look at this. All this stuff. Starting off as a shooter counters hammer day. I'm going to get something out of that, we'll see. Emirata Hess, Energy, 2-2. STRAT, monther. So trying to help the cause is Hess. HFC Refiner, that's gone. HIG, that's more insurers, that's KRE. Inside month. HIMX, garbage. HL Heckler Mining goes up, it backs off. So, we'll see. That would be more of your GDXJers, little guys. HLF, lose weight now, ask me how. Trying to go on 2 down in the month. Don't know. HMY, that's more gold. 3-2 uppers. And like a lot of these things on the dailies, potential 2-2-2 if gold's up in the morning on Monday. Harley, inside weaker. Inside monther. After taking a hit. So just a lot of chop shop, but inside month. HOV, Hovanian. That's inside monther, that's home builder. And Helmrich Payne, not doing us any favors here so that's going to be, you can see the OIHers underperforming here. So they're not, with Halliburton and HP here, not close to taking those months up. So that's not going to help the cause as far as those other energies. So we'd be looking at more large integrated stuff than we would the OIH at this point. So far, that's what this is telling us. HP tries to go 2-2 weak monther and then just kind of stalls out, does nothing. Right middle of the range. Boo. So I'd prefer to see if that was gunning through here to try and go after that, which it's not. And Hewlett-Packard. Nope. Dodgy. HQY, Health Equity, give me a 3-1er next month. HRB, H&R Block, inside monther. HRTX Therapeutics, that's another, fallen angel, but it is 2-2 in the month. If they start coming after, one of the things you might see is like when you have like a sector like the energies going or the, bios, where then they start going down the food chain, right? Saying, okay, Well, the big boys have run. Let's go after the garbage. But we'll see. We used to call that the running of the dogs. Anyway, that was Hershey. Hershey just XLP stuff. Oops. And Hershey inside weaker. So I'm trying to get it done. Just a little exhaustion risk there with the XLP gang. Okay, Humana. Inside month and up, just not totally blasting. So you can see this tight range in here. Now shooter, so I don't want to get out of here. Otherwise, you got your tight trade and you come right back into it. Okay, Huntsman Cam doing nothing. Okay, Huya. That's a China puker, but you're down to $3 already. So HZNP, I think that's a buyout. IAC still inside monther, but you can see pretty gimpy. And once again, if you catch something good like a 2-2 monther here, you know, never have to cover. You gonna cover? No. IAG, that's gold, 2-2 monther. Here's your IBB. An IBB slight 2-2 month. Not every sector can say that, as we've seen, right? Problem is with IBB and stuff, it's so fragmented on who's doing it. You know, because they're all making different types of drugs and all that kind of stuff. So it's a little trickier. Interactive brokers inside monther financial. IBM tries to go 2 back up, but man, IBM been doing nothing forever. You know, you got this nice hammer shooter, triangle the out, and then triangle the out. Now back into this range. Nowhere near taking out any major ranges. IBM, Spanish Bank, not for me. Ice Baby, and that's a 2-2 monther. That's, you know, in trading floors, we saw the CME and the CBOE showing a little bit of firmness. Don't know. Inside weaker. ICLR, inside month. Nope. ICPT, Fallen Angel, had a nice rev strat here. Chop them, shop them up in here so you can see, you know, here, it's got a nice range. It's just not breaking out at all, really, to get out of it. But, you know, if you're watching those bios, you can see there's some nice days in this thing. And it used to be somebody way up there. So a nice little trader. You just got to take your profits. Otherwise, you can see guys getting destroyed. But some nice percentage moves in there for ICPT. IDCC, still inside month, but holding. Let's see. IDXX, nope. 3 months of sideways. IEP, Carl. Been doing nothing forever, Carl. Look at this. Getting tighter and tighter and tighter. It's coiling. It's doing less. It's doing more nothing is what that means. Flava Flav, IFF, does triangulate out to the lows. Trying to go 2-2 on the month, just hasn't really gotten it going yet. And like I said, I'd rather see this thing start going in through here before I really do anything. IGMS. Lower lows, 2 down, don't know. Pig. Peak. IGT, gaming, trying to go Momo Hammer. Just, like I said, I want some more continuity. IIPR. Oof. Oops. Good God, man. Pig. So that's just lower lows. So exhaustion risk, but certainly in trouble. INCY, more bio, and that's an inside month. Inside week combo. Okay, INFI, 15 cents. 15 cents. And that's why you'll see, like I'm in other chat rooms, and the guy's like, it's only 15 cents. I can only lose 15 cents. I'm like, kiss it goodbye. Yeah, kiss it goodbye. If that's the way you're thinking, kiss it goodbye. Okay. INFI going into lower lows, off a gap. Looks like these guys are in trouble. Just exhaustion risk. INMD. It's more medical stuff, trying to go 2-2 on the month. He's been going sideways forever, so holds a gap though. So maybe sometime in the future. I know. Ugh. More shenanigans going to 0. Intel, doji on the monther. So we got a lot of those ifs, ands, or buts coming into May as far as the tech is concerned on either side of these months. INTU, IONS. That'd be a 3-2 monther, so you can keep an eye on that. But the bios, your 3-1er to start off the week on the day. IP, International Papes. Doji monther, not for me. IPG. All right, 2-2 monther. That gets a little bit of my attention because you still have some magnitude up into here. IPG, but you don't have a lot of sector help there. IPGP. Nope. Okay, IPI. So the potash. All you needed was the spiker and the 2-2, 3-2 puker, and then never cover. And for everybody, JP too, you know, it's like when you can say I mainly scalp, and that's fine with the strat, you know, especially in this environment. But hopefully, what you're seeing that that when you catch a good one, you know, leave something on. You don't have to take it all off because that little last morsel can go a long way. Okay, and then it might set up for another scalp where you can add back in and really pound these things. IQ, China, inside monther. Robot supposedly get bought out, I thought, but ever since then. IRM doing nothing sideways. IRTC, that's more medical, trying to go more hammer. Okay. Well, lots of ugly. Well, you got a lot of neutral too. You got a lot of, you know, inside months in the financials, and you've got potential. The energy's lifting, so don't know yet. It's still a big nothing burger to me. Okay, ISRG 2-2 monther. Okay, more medical stuff coming back. ITB, home builders, doji on the month, but trying to do that 2-2, and we saw that BZH doing it, but you know, like stuff like Home Depot and stuff doing nothing. ITT inside month. IZRL, whatever this thing is. Oh, innovative tech, innovation inside month doji boo. Jack in the Box, taco in a bag. Nope. Jazz Farm would be 2-2 monther, but you're not there. JB Hunt Trucker inside. JBL goes 2 up at backs off. Daily and Nightmare. JetBlue, more airlines going inside. JCI. JD, more China trying to go to the left. So China trying to finish off a lot of these jobs in here. So China might have some issues. Okay. Jack Handy, inside monther. JKS Solar, another solar going inside month. So there's another, you know, wild card coming in the next month. J Miami, poof. Fallen Angel Puker. Okay, Johnny John, more medical, and that's in the Dow, which is also 2-2 monther up. Johnny John, inside weaker. Johnny John, good. Juniper, Doji. J Nugger, that's gold, so that's hanging. JP Morgan still an inside month and holds that gap though from its earnings, so we'll watch that with all the FAS and stuff, but you know, we're not expecting to get too much monthly help out of that stuff is the problem. Nordstrom, Pig, inside monther. Kellogg's goes up, it comes back in, and that's XLP. So we'll see if that reclaims that. If XLP starts going or sets up the shooter counter's hammer, you got some time on that. Okay. Well, you don't want to leave a runner on just to leave a runner on. You know, it's if we have those monthlies and we have the major signals of death, right? Or blasting. So it's one thing to keep something on just because you're a winner. It's another thing to have reason to keep it on, right? KBH, home builder, doji, not helping the home builders. Cax, that's tranny. Inside monther. Key Corp, more bank. Cheese Ketchup, trying to go 2-2 up, so that's XLP. There's your KIE, more insurers going inside of the month. KIM, still red and inside month, and that's REIT. KLAC going all sorts of sideways, not helping anything in the tech. Diapers, 3-2 to the upside, XLP. Also, if you're still a winner, JP, eventually when they really start kicking in, all the chop shop, even though you're giving back a little bit on your winners or whatever, really pays. when they really start triangulating. Carmax, sideways forever. Candy, it's EV batteries doing nothing. Coke, 3-2 up. So that's more XLP. Cold, doing nothing. Okay, KPTI, a little guy shenaniganer. Kroger, setting up the 2-2-monther puker if they want to bring that in next month. Plenty of month left though. KRE, oof, regional banks. Okay, so those guys are your problems. KSS, retail, potential inside month. So the question here, even if it doesn't stay inside month next month, does it do anything off of this? Right there, weekly try. Here you go, Labo. Come on, get it. Still inside monther though. Still going strong. Oh yeah, we're up to the L's. Lake, that's an Ebola stock. So that's why I said we're going back a ways on a bunch of those. So if you need a hazmat suit, they got them. They got them. Looks like all clear though. Okay. Okay, Lazard, go slight lower low, sideways in general for eons, and that's financials. Lucid, peg, 3 months inside. LEA, that's aerospace inside. Look at this. Leggett Platt is furniture inside. Lennar Home Builder, Dodge. Yep. LGIH, Home Builder, Dodge. Nope. LHX, that's inside monther. Yeah, well, JP, like I said, when we run the scan, you know, you want to keep looking at how many twos are up in all the lab airs. And what's the main concept of this live today? So I can show you what I've been looking at for 20 years and what you want to look for and what you want to avoid. All right. And also to point out certain relationships that most people don't know when they pick out a stock. Ooh, poison floors. It's all over there, boy. Double L. You guys want some poison floors? Nope. Got a dog. It'll kill my dog. Or me when I drop some soup and lick my floor. All over but the crying there. Lily. So Lily. So you can see the old school druggies. We're looking at Bristol Myers. Lily, see? Show you where the strength and the weakness is. Lemonade. That cool, refreshing drink. Crappy stock. Oh, how they loved it. Okay. LMT tries to go month and upper, but we know General Dynamics is still inside month. LNC and the financials still weak, but still an inside month, so we know the financials got inside months and possibly mother bars forever. That's no good. LNG Chenier, and that's, you know, natty gas transport, and that's potential of 3-1 in the month. LOPE looks like we all go back to online school. 2-2 upper in the month though. Get a little bit more magnitude to take these guys out after triangle the outs. Lowe's doing nothing, just like Home Depot. Okay. LPX. It's more paper. Could be a 3-monther. It's trying. It's a nice little rev strat. Looks like in the week. If it wasn't, rev strat was 2-2. How much you gonna get out of it, I don't know, but you could potential 3-monther. Crappy stuff. Now you know how I really feel about a bunch of these things. Hey Rob, what do you think about this stock you've never heard of? Crap. LRCX inside week, inside monther. So there's a lot of questions on what these techs do coming into May. Lucent? Oh no, it's LU. Pig. Lulu, trying to go 3-2. Wouldn't surprise me. You got the inside weaker, looks like. Holding the gap, maybe. Southwest Airmore Airlines inside. LVS. Okay, potential inside monther. Back and forth we go. Obviously, you can watch that with Win. LIB Chem. And trying to go after the 2-2 monther, but not really doing much. Lyft, Pig. Live Nation, inside month, Pig. Macy's. Playing taps, yeah. Moment of silence for corpses. All right, we're up to the M's, and I'll be right back, and we'll keep going. And Ezekiel, welcome. And so if you're just learning this stuff, it's all recorded. So eventually, the more you learn, the more you can go back to it. All right? And it's all alphabetical. So if you ever want to go back and say, hey, what did Rob think of that? Or what did he say? You go right back, and it's all alphabetical, so you can find it right away. All right, I'll be right back. We're on to the M's. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Which gold ETF to use to keep an eye on the overall gold market? I haven't paid any attention to it. You can use JNUG, NUGT, Nugget. Macy's, inside month pig. Okay. MA, now a little bit different here. Now you can see STRAT month there. Not getting a lot of help out of the financials, but you are STRAT month. So MA, if anything, you got some magnitude to take these guys at. Okay. Red to green, well, it depends on what else is going on. But we'll get to question and answers later. It's going to take a while to get through this stuff. Macerich, that's a REIT. Still inside month, but red like a lot of those REITs. Manpower, inside month, they're doing nothing. Marriott, inside month, we saw H going inside month. You're welcome. Okay, Mara. Mara coming up a little bit out of the ashes, and the only reason you'd watch that is because of the Bitcoin strength. And we'll see how that continues. So you watch the Bitcoiners, you got MSTR, Mara, Riot, blockchain, all that kind of stuff. Masco, suffering here, and that's a little bit of home builder that's not playing well, so they're not all going there. Massimo, Momo Hammer on the month. Not seeing too much there. Slight exhaustion risk. Mattel, no hammer for you. Stuck doing nothing. MATX, slight lower low. Could go 3, but and like you said, you haven't been in a trending market, dude. When we're trending, I will keep you in. I will keep you in, and I'll slap you around if you get out. What are you doing? Still good. Like with the pandemics and all that was amazing. Malibu boats, real nice boats, I should say. But sideways doji on the month. MCB, more bank. Inside mother bar issues. Burgers. Now, Burger's been leading the charge here. And so, I get this question a lot too, is when you're trying to nail down a universe, if you were just watching the Dow, right, and the Dow was going 2-2-monther, McGruder's leading the charge, right? Microchip. That's more semis going inside month so far. So a lot of inside monthers that'll tell some tales come next month. McKesson, and that's pharmaceutical or medical stuff, and that's 2 up, but hasn't cut it. You got an inside week, so there's a lot of micromanage here, and that's one of the things I'm showing you. And then when things are really making hay, okay, MCO doing nothing, Doji. Mondo DB. Doji Monther, no thank you. I had the basic concept of the strat in my head when I was looking for a strategy. I wanted the definite entries, definite exits, so you could trade with less emotion factored in. I want my mind changed. My trade's not my FOMO nor my fear. That's right. MDC, that's more home builders doing nothing. Okay, Mondelez tried to go 3-2. That's more XLP. Now coming back in. Medtronics, sideways monthers, inside month. MedPig. Okay. MetLife, another financial inside monther. And these financials have these huge mother bars too. They could be in there for a while. MGA, that's more trucker parts inside month. MGM, still inside month. MKTX, trying to go down, but basically 3 months of sideways and a tight. Triangle the out and triangle the out. Don't know. Inside week, but you do have a 3-1, or if they want to measured move, that would be nice. MLCO, that's more Shiner Gaming inside Monter. Martian McLennan. So here is a little bit difference with the insurers. We saw Aon and now MMC. You know, this is a 322 to the upside. So those are your leaders over there. If you're going to trade anything, as far as those things are concerned, that's where you'd go. All right. You're just not getting a lot of help from everybody else, but that's what they're doing. Triple M, when are they going to kick you out of the Dow, boy? It's looking like an inside month. Post-it notes. Monster Beverage. Setting up the 322 monther if I want to take that back down, but we'll see. Big Mo, middle of nowhere. Okay, Molina Healthcare, and that's more 2-2 to the upside as we're seeing some healthcare going 2-2. Okay, Momo. Still inside Monther. No, thank you. Yeah. Mo. Ag ETF inside. Nope. Mosaic, and there it is, 3-1er. We saw the CF, right? IPI, Pigger. So, a bunch of those. And that's why things might set up 2 months down the road. You know, I'm like, I don't know. But, and even the things that are going aren't going that big, you know? MPC, refiner, still slowly going higher, but the monthly's red. But you do have a 3-1er on the week. They want to get out of here, but you can see this daily chopping them up, but good. And so I wish, you know, today was about here's all the winners, here's all the losers. What I'm showing you is how many losers are out there. People get crap chopped out of them, and why I've pulled back on a lot of videos. I'm like, look, if you haven't been trading for 20 years, you've never seen an inside year. Now you're seeing it. Now you're seeing it. Empower, and that's more chip. Tries to take that out, but 2-month inside pattern. You ever seen an inside year, Grandpappy? Yep. Back in 2003. Okay. Okay, Mercy Systems. Inside Monter, nope. Merck. So another thing we're seeing here is Merck taking out the highs, right? We've seen Bristol Myers, Lilly, right? So this is what we want to look for. And, you know, this is what we're looking for. We're looking for the themes. What are they actually doing here? Now, the problem is we're not getting a lot of magnitude or anything, but at least I want to put you in the right neighborhood. All right? Moderna. Sideways forever, and that's a little newsy, huh? MRI, S Farm. Nope. So another thing when I say nope, I want to see some continuity. You know, we're coming into, you know, it's going to be the 17th of the month. Where's my continuity? So MRO, once again, more energies that potential could go help the cause of the 2-2 upper. STRAT month there. It's just not doing it. But it holds a gap and goes inside in the week. So we'll be watching that with all those energies if crude can get going. Marvell, Peg. Inside month or sideways forever. Chip. Morgan Stanley. Financials. Inside month. MSEX. Peg. Microsoft. Doji on the month. Oops. Let me just get back to Microsoft. MSI, Motorola. So you can see Motorola handily outperforming. That's what I want to see. So unfortunately, it's going into higher highs. It's going into new highs. So you got exhaustion risk, but that's what I want to see. I want to see bright green. I want to see bright green because bright green tends to get bright greener. Bright red tends to get bright redder. Things doing nothing tend to do nothing, right? Or they start to triangulate and crush you. But Microsoft. Doji on the month. Yeah, Motorola does exist. Right out here in Schaumburg. So Microsoft had a nice move here, right? And that's XLK with Apple. Now stalling out. So, you know, we want to see how it gets out of this. Do you continue this, right? Or can you reverse it? And a lot of that tech will tell us tails next month, probably. And speaking of Motorola, man, you want to talk about some great shorting? Back when Motorola came up with the first flip phones and stuff. Oh boy, And they would hit the tape that people are getting brain cancer from cell phones. Whoo boy. Killed. Killed. Match.com. Do we need dates? Well, we'll see. 2 days inside of this. Still drifting into the lows. Yeah, no, Motorola is totally different now, but back in the day. Brain cans. And that's why, it's like, we just want to follow the price action, because I can remember when Nokia came out, and that thing was a monster. That thing was just blasting. You try and short Nokia, you're getting carried out. Okay, MTG, garbage sideways. Okay, MTSI, well, there's a 2-2 monther. So you did triangle them out here in this thing. Don't want to take that thing down here. You got to Momo shoot or something. Okay. MU. 3 months of this stuff. Don't know. It does hold its gap. That's something. But you can tell there's a lot of micromanage out there. Because when there's long things that are going, I'll tell you right now, I'm like, okay, Murphy Oil got some distance to take out the month would be a problem there. MYGN inside month bio. There you go, Nordic American Tanker. I always thought that was just a nickname. It was like, no, that's the name of the stock, Tanker. But inside weaker, but you're doing nothing forever on the percentage basis. It's been not doing all right up in here, and that was nice here, but don't know here. They used to be on Kramer all the time. Neighbors. She can be a little thin. Inside month not helping out the energies, but inside month. NASDAQ, inside month. NEE, that's somewhat Ute. Trying to go 2 up, but Doge, nope. Newmont not helping the cause here. Could have used that in the golds. Bigger boy, just not getting it done. But that's why you can use something like a Newmont to monitor whether the golds are going to continue. So if you get a Newmont to triangle them out and go 2-2 here on Monday, that'd get my attention. That would help the cause. There you go. Nortel Networks. You want some Nortel while you're... yeah. Net. The other day was a beautiful rev strat here. Ooh. Triangle the out. Inside day, 2-1-2 back up. All right? But a lot of work. But you are trying to go take that hammer up on the month. It's just not a lot of continuity, unfortunately. Okay, Netflix, tried to take that month, but now just kind of sitting there doing nothing, so. Neo Pig. Inside monther. Nike, okay. Retail, which you can see a lot of inside retail not doing much, trying to go 2-2 back up, and like some real tight stuff on that, like Lulu. So Nectar, it's all over but the crying. How's those drugs coming along? Not so good. Not so good. I know why. Okay, inside monther. Triple N, that is a REIT, and you could watch that with letter O. They trade almost identically if you're into pairs trading and stuff like that, or just keeping an eye on it. But another REIT going sideways. Well, this one's going sideways. The other ones are closer to the lows, but inside month. No, it pegged. Okay, Northrop Grumman. Now that's another inside monther. Inside month. You still got huge mother bar problems, but we have General Dynamics still inside of the month. LMT has taken the month up slightly, just like this. So might be the beginning of something, but don't got to bet on them just yet. But NOV inside monther. Now, oof. Tries to take the month and comes right back in. Outside weaker. Don't know. NRG. Trying to go 2-2 upper. Micro, try the out, and try the out. So do you stay up there? I don't know. Ugh. Norfolk Southern inside month are rails. So we got some rails, and you've got airlines staying inside monthers. So you're not getting much help out of that. And tap, trying to go hammer counter shooter, just don't have a lot of continuity. That's all. NTES, that's China. It'd be nice if you get a RevStrat month out of that and have all those Chiners kick in like we've been looking at. Okay. Netgear, crappy motives. Okay. Trying with Doji now. NTNX, nope, inside month. NTR, and that's lower ag, nope. Northern Trust, Regional Bank, inside month. Nucor Steel, inside month. Mrs. Newspum, New Skin, will lose some weight, what for? Nope, inside month. NVAX, how the mighty have fallen. So that's probably going to be newsy. Okay. NVCR, inside month. NVIDIA, Doji monther. So like I said, you're seeing it. What we want is the setups, and then we want to get that continuity going where they really start going, right? A lot of people feel like they got to be the first person in there. You don't got to do that, right? NXPI, more semis. Don't know, but you're slight red to the downside. But like I said, a lot of this tech could be a May event. NXST, inside monther, boo. So those are NXTC peg, broken. There you go. Get that shooter figure. Peg. So the great thing about being on the Chicago Stock Exchange and shorting things into the dirt, we didn't have to get a borrow. You just go whale on it. All accounts are settlable at the end of the day, without exception. Did you get a borrow? No. Are you profitable? Yeah. Okay, you're good. The New York Times, going inside month and up. I don't know. There's another one for your portfolio. You guys buy newspapers? Yeah, no. No, but here's what it is. How far it's going to go is another story. There's your letter O with the triple N. Auckland Financial, pig. ODFL, more trucker, doing nothing, Doji in the month. OHI, I believe that's medical REIT, inside month, Doji. OI, Doji monther. There's your OIH, that's the problem. So the problem here in the energies is even though if we get those things going, the OIH is not going to help so far, right? First of all, it would have to go green, but the OIH is not helping. Okay, there's your OII. I'd be setting up the 3-1er. OIS. Okta Octa. Oof. Problem here is a micro try. Try them out and try they out. If it wants to start puking again. OLED inside month. Ollie Retail setting up the 3-1er. OMC tried to go. It doesn't hit magnitude, but not a lot of meat on them bones either. Onvo Corpse inside monther. You were much better as Open Table than Open Technologies Corpse. Oracle 3-2 on the monther and on the macro vid, right, with your apples. So far, so good. And you know, if you go back in the macro vids for the last few years, you know, there was heavy trender stuff. We haven't had that, right? And so you don't have much. So that's why you have your Microsoft and Oracles on your watch list, because you don't have very much. Here you go. Yep, Oracle. Get Larry. Overstock. It's in the name. They're overstocked. Doing nothing. Okay. OUSM, Kevin O'Leary. Been doing nothing forever. On no volume. I always laugh at this one. Ovid 3-2 out of the Ashes Therapeutics. Like I said, when you have some strength in a sector, they might go after some bottom feeders, and that's a little bit what you're seeing here. Oxy. 2-2, but you got your red, so we'd want to retake that, and you've got an inside weaker. So, like I said, you might be early in a lot of these energies, but that doesn't mean we don't keep an eye on them. Pause. Easter egg die. Oh no, it's silver. It's not really joining the silver too much, although it went slightly inside month and up. Oops, Palo Alto. So sometimes these things mess up on me on the weekend, so sorry about Palo Alto. No, there we go. Palo Alto. So there's your big monthly trying to get out of there, and you can watch that with all your hacks and stuff like that. Perhaps Blue Ribbon, Petrobras, STRAT Monther. Still handily mother bar, everything's inside of this, but okay, Brazil. Okay. PBYI used to be somebody inside Monther. So as opposed to that ICPT that's been moving around a little bit, this thing's pig. So if I was going to trade something, I'd rather trade that. PCTY, closer to a hammer, but not taking it out. Okay. PDCE, that's more energy, would be 3-2 upper, so you can watch that with the gang. So there's that. PDD, more China. Now keep fucking. Right, we got some macro stuff in there too, so we want to see if this Chiners can keep fucking, because they do have some magnitude, and that's what we like. Precision drilling, that's going to be more OIH stuff inside. Peggy, hello, my name is Peggy, and that's more Ute, 2-2 down, week, monthly. Pen Gaming, pig. Portnoy. Inside Monther. Okay, Pepsi, 2 on the month, just not doing much, but inside weaker, and we're watching that with XLP and an inside day. Okay. Pets. This slow drifting death, but an inside weakened allows. Pfizer, and we know this is on the macro to the downside, so as opposed to the Bristol Myers and the Lillies and the Mercks, Lilly's, this is having some issues, but you do have an inside week. Procter & Gamble, more XLP, more Dow, inside weaker. Is a 2-monther to the upside, so at least it's that. Progressive tried to go the highs. Now, this could be a problem because you could get a 3er here because most of these things are inside. So that might be 3 for flow, holding a gap lower. But we'll have to ask TV Dad. Parker Hannafin, industrial inside month. Pulte, okay, so there's a little mixed baggage in the home builders, and you can see that 2-2 to the upside for Pulte. Just not getting a lot of help out of the rest of the home builders. Polaris, Fun Toys, flat stock, doing nothing. PKC, nope. Picky. Okay, Perkin-Elmer, there's a 3-2-2 on the month there, so you might get a little bit out of that. But man, just not seeing that, the beefy moves I like. Dave and Buster's. Oh boy. Inside Monther. Children's Place having some issues here. And the retail got a little bit more to take these guys out on the 2 down. Okay. Palantir. Sideways forever, but trying to go 2-2 on the month there if you're a believer. Plug. Pff, ugh. Yuck. When the wheels fall off. The EV play. they fall off. PNC Bank, not inside and goes to slight lower low. So you do have a hammer weaker if they want to try and bring it back. We got a bunch of earnings coming out of that stuff. POD, inside monther after potential 3-1er after triangle out and higher highs. And that's medical stuff too. Post, Raisin Brands. Inside monther in red, so that's not helping the XLP at all. Chickens, PPC, inside monther. PPG, CAMS, slight 3-2 to the upside, but you better stay up there. But Doji on the month, getting into later in the month, no thank you. Perigo, inside month. Proto Labs, Mr. Proto, trying to go 2-monther down. 212, just doesn't have a lot of continuity. Current, inside monther doing nothing. Pru, more financials going inside forever. PSA, and that's your REIT. That's a potential 3-monther, so you might keep an eye on that if they start to go. That was a nice day here. Triangle day out, 2-2. And if that works, you get your 3-monther. Always want to be looking down the road. If that works. PSX, chop shoppage. Not seeing too much there. PTCT druggy. Not too much there either. P10, and that handily underperforming these energies. That thing's nowhere near taking out the highs. Okay. Puke-a-ton, still puking. So that thing's corpsing on the lows. Phillips Van Puken, Doji on the monther. Don't know. PWR. Okay. Trying to go after inside month Momo Hammer, but still Doji on the month. PXD. Now here's a little bit different of a story because you got some. It's a little newsy because they're talking about Exxon taking them out, but you do have your 2-2. That helps. All right. And this is a continuation kicker. So it goes up and it's red on the day and then gaps up into here. Continuity entry, you can take it right there. As soon as that thing goes green, take it. Anybody tried to stay short in here, screwed. Stick it to them. Tell Exxon, get busy. PayPal Corpse. Okay. Racist Pizza. Doji in the month. Qualcomm. Going to be one of those tight rangers for that tech coming into the new month. QD peg. Inside month. That's what it is. That's what it is. Hudel, stock, lots of Doji monthers. Quillies, Doji monther. Q's, Doji month. But you still got that 3 you're dealing with. Like I said, we got a lot of this stuff going inside, setting up for May. So. I mean, seriously, the guy went into therapy for being racist, and it didn't work. He's like, I just can't stop. Anyway. So Corvo. So the thing is, you see if we can take all this stuff up. How does the month close out? QS, pig, inside monther. QRE, inside month. Rider Systems, inside month. Rail, pig, inside month. Rare, inside month. Rob blocks 2 up, but stalls out. Would be STRAT to data the upside come Monday, though. Redfin Corpse. Okay. A little better on the month here, right on, but don't know. Still inside monther. Not a lot of range on that thing. Read a meter made, holding the gap. Don't know. Oof. RF going inside for the rest of its life. Repligen sideways forever monthly. RGLD gold. There we go. There's your nice red stratter monther. RGLS. Pig. Guns. Doji. RH. So some of this retail, looking at a couple of machine guns to the downside. But, we'll see. Ride 53 cents. The Lordstown Motors Group. How's it going? Not so good. How many cars did you sell? Sell? We haven't even made any. Riggy. Okay, inside monther. Rio Tinto metal inside mont. Riven. Rocket. Meme. Okay, RL trying for monthly upper, but RLGY. It's doing nothing. Ring. U-ring. And so hopefully, sort of some people will be like, "What's going on?" I'll be like, "Rob took all day to show us everything that's doing nothing." Just proving my point that I've been saying for a long time, and how to pick up on the clues of what things are doing something. Roku, Doge. Look at this. I mean, the good thing about Roku, there's good daily moves. You just got to be aware that's all you're gonna get. All right. Good. That's the point, you know, because when things are moving, we know what to do. Just raw stores inside monther. It's also showing you that most people don't look at the longer term charts, right? We do. Run. So more Solar's potential inside monthers. Okay. Letter S. Hammer upper after dojis. I don't know. Sale bought out. All right, we're up to the S's. Class action workhorse. There you go. Yeah. Okay, I'll be right back. We're up to the S's. Okay, so here we go. Sam, Boston Beers. Nothing. I was just laughing thinking about Papa John's with Papa John and Papa John and Slim Pickens running the office. 2 large pepperonis? Yeah, we'll get that right to you. We need 2 large pizzas to go here. Pepperonis. Great, we'll send down a couple of horses. Horses? Excuse me, sir, I can't deliver this pizza. Truth be told, I'm a quarter Cherokee on my mother's side. Anyway, what we did miss is a couple big boys. Sometimes, I have, because I look at, things so much that they're not on the list. So Meta Buddy has just been awesome. Last year on the, last year on the macro, and then this 2-2 here. And so the thing about it, is like, even though it didn't do much here, right? It was a 2 up and it did not negate. And so oftentimes you'll have that slight break, but then it kicks into power mode, right? Right. And Amazon is also like a skip over, I think so. We'll look at that. And Amazon, boy. And Amazon, there was your monthly puker. But doji on the month. So how do you get out of here? Don't know. But back to the scroll. And San Mina. Okay. Sideways for months. So some would say support. Others would say break that. Right? And then see if it reclaims the triangle of the out. But not too much there. So let's get through S's. SAP. Doji month or no thank you. Sava, nothing can move. It's just been slowly puking out. It's just not doing anything. It's cooking for a while, but Spirit Airlines, which I would fly over Frontier, but inside month, they're like all the airlines. SBAC, that's more tower, setting up shooter counters, hammer, and you watch that with AMT, right? And CCI. Okay. SBGI. 2-2 reversal on the month. So you got something there as SBGI because you got this here. Triangle the out. There's your try. It's BGI. Starbucks. Okay, so we've seen a lot of retail not doing well, but retail and like IBB stuff can be fragmented because I'm selling different stuff, I'm making different drugs. But right now, Starbucks, as far as we know, is a 2-2 monther. So go get yourself a latte. SCCO Copper. Okay. Dr. Copper says triangle the outs. Now you're just sitting to exhaustion risk, but you see the higher high and the lower low there. So not sure how much more you get on that meat on those bones either. Schwabi. Inside monther. Okay. SCO. Crude. It's more a futures thing. SDS, nah. SE, no. Doji monther. Sag. Look at this sideways on the month. Look at this. Doesn't mean there's some nice moves in here. There are, but like we've seen a lot of solars potentially going inside months, but been doing nothing forever. S-Fix. Need a custom shirt? I do not. I live at home and I work out of the house, so I don't. Strat Soldier will hold when we've got the tanks rolling. We just don't have them rolling. And that's what I'm trying to point out to you, and what I'm trying to point out to people all year. There's no real discernible trends. So we're picking up on the sweatpants. S-Gen holds the gap upper on the week, so that's good. I think these guys are getting bought out, but I'm not sure. But Grinderson. But like the last few years, we've had these discernible trends, right? We've had Ford Motor Hammer, right, for 180%. We've had the energies. We had the tech wreck. We just don't have that, right? We will, and that's why it's a good time to learn. SGH, Smart Global Holdings, yeah. The Shake Shack, try Doji inside month or no. Sherwin-Williams, cover the world with paint. Doji, nope. SI, give me a 0. Ugh. Give me a 0 on this thing. Captain Sig, chop and shop them, nothing really there. SEMO, inside month, 5 months of sideways. Peanut butter jelly time, SJM, potential 322-monther, but you're watching the XLP and I'm not sure they're SJT, that's Oil Trust doing nothing sideways. Skills, ow. Ow, memer puker. See at 0. Skechers does go 2-2 on the month. Not sure how much you're going to get off that, but here's when I talk about the combos. And see this? The 2 down, 2 up 60. The 2 down, 2 up day. And if that works, the 1 bar rev strat weaker, 2-2 month, they're going after magnitude here. 49.56. What you got? Not a lot of meat on those bones, but that's the kind of thing that we're looking for. Slob, more OIH inside on the month. So when you're going off the energies, OIH is not a drug of choice. SLCA, more energies inside. SLG, more REITs going towards the lows but inside. SLX, that's an ETF to watch the steel. 3-1 are coming. SM Energy still inside, so we'd watch to see if that joins the party to take this up. If it doesn't, stall out. So it could be a delayed move, like I showed you in the Facebook meta, where you have that break, but it doesn't really go. And then the next month it follows through. So that might happen in the energies where we have a bunch of these 2-2 monthers go. But then you get the help from the OIHers. But we'll see how that goes, and that's why we play the game and watch them all. There's your SMH. Started off nice. How do we get out of this? That's going to be interesting going forward. Not interesting now. Snap-on. 3-1 or weaker. Don't know. Snappy. Ugh. I turned myself into a bunny. Are you? Good for you. Okay. Sony. They're gone. Snow. Sideways monthly nothing forever. When I say monthly nothing forever, like I showed you some things like on dailies that if you're going to trade, that they move. It just, I'm a spoiled brat. I want them big moves, because you'll hear me say this too. It's like bull markets create and maintain wealth. Bear markets change wealth, right? Now you got a range. So eventually there's going to be something out of it, right? So eventually something's going to come. When that happens, I don't know. Santa Fe of Venice. So more of these druggies trying to come up here. Santa Fe of Venice, but that's foreigners. So that's more Ute, 3 to the upside in the month. Sohu, that's China. Still inside month, but these Chiners could get interesting. SPG more REIT. So you'll see this. Here, if these REITs start cratering, there's your monthly try. If you can get through that, that would help. Splunker, inside month. Spotted eye. Still coming up, but spotted eye came up here. Once again, stalls out here, but it doesn't stop out. Right? So it's a little Jeepers Creepers. Right? And then triangle the out. 2-2. Right? See if you can get this 60 try going, but still working. You know, just take these guys out after lower lows. Right? So I know I preach the 1 cent stop, but not letting things go against you. Another thing is, once you understand the broadening formations and the greater things that are going on, I'm not against, taking a little heat. You just got to understand what you're up against, and then be able to hit the gas when we start going again, right? Sippy cup, ugh, 69 cents. A bargain? No, it's not. No, sippy cup future. Sun power, another solar potential inside month there. Spexel, that's going to be your SPY, trying to go in the month there, but just kind of sitting there. And we know, the difference between, the different averages. What we're seeing here is like with the SPY, we're seeing, a lot of people don't look at the internals that are trading the SPY and be like, look, you got a ton inside months in the financials, right? You got a ton of them. Right? Do you have all that internals helping you? And you don't. The 1 cent stop, Chrissy, is like, I want to understand that you understand what we're doing. So the 1 cent stop says, as soon as you take the offer, I want you to have a 1 cent stop, 1 cent below the bid. Right? And you might get stopped out a bit, but that helps me train you that you know what you're doing. You can loosen your stop up if you know the levels of probability. But I need to keep you okay. I'm not going to let you get killed. I'll let you get chopped up for a little bit, right? Because then you'll tell me that you're getting chopped up, and then you show me what you're doing. And that's why I tell people, don't be wallflowers. Tell me what you're doing. I got to know what you're doing. I got to know everything you're doing. I got to know every position you have, right? And I'll show you what you're up against. And as you're going to see, I'm going to wave a lot of stuff off. Because, as you can see today, I'm waving a lot of stuff off. And with my lack of vids and all that kind of stuff, and letting the day play out and coming in only on the flips where I'm normally on the headset like all day. This is something you haven't seen in 20 years. I'm like, don't do anything. I'm like, just wait like a cat in the grass, and your whole week can be made in an hour. Your whole month can be made in a day. You just got to wait for those days, and and there's other days when it's just other years when it's just gangbusters. Do it again, do it again, do it again, do it again, right? And that's where, some people like Lauren, who's been with me for a while, she's taking the year off. She's like, I'm not trading this crap. SQ. Ugh. Inside month there. And that's where I'll get everybody. Just got to understand that. I'm like, I wish I could control the markets. SRE trying to come up here. What's going on here? Sareptor had a gap down and is trying to hold it. Now it's nice weekly, except that was on a gap. And that's why you look at multiple time frames to say that, okay, it looks real simple that it was a 2-2 down, but a gap down. So there's nothing you can do on that. Now we'll see if they want to take these guys out. Here's my support level. Is it? Boom. Take them out. And I believe I got an email from you I got to get back to, and let me get through this. Going to come see me? That's nice. And for anybody else, if you ever want to come to the office, please come see me. Door's always open. Cirque. Schoolhouse Rock. Okay, doing nothing. SSYF. Nothing. Sideways forever. Star Surgical. Trying to go inside month and upper, and you can keep an eye on that. Thing does move. Just not doing much, but you can see here. Chop them up, triangle they out, 2-2, triangle they out, inside, down, back into chop shop. So it's got to get outside of that thing. And also, if you're new to the broadening formations, this helps too. I did the epic poem, and I did 7 hours of these drawing broadening formations a couple years ago, coming up in July. I don't have time to do that, but you want to be able to see them, right, as opposed to draw them and be like, okay, if this fails, where's it going? Up there. STX, Doji Monter, nope, nope. STZ, trying to go 2-2 up on the Monter, but not seeing too much here. Your hopes would be a higher level try of these guys and take these guys out, but not a lot of meat on them bones either. SU, energy going sideways doing nothing. That's a problem there. So once again, that could help next month. Good morning. Okay, what's this thing? Okay, Sunoco, potential 2-2 monther, and that's more energy we can keep an eye on. Sexy, SVXY, trying to go back up. Okay, so that's positive for the market. Because a lot of people, like, when it goes sideways or whatever, they think the VIX is inverse to the market. That's not true. If it's doing nothing, you get the VIX. You can get the VIX to sink, because what are you protecting? You don't have any gains. It's not doing anything. So that's something. Rico Suave, Gerardo. Okay, so here's a little different because you do have a nice bright green month. So as far as continuity, that's good. You took that out, so you got, slight higher high, which would be an issue, but had a nice week, a little grindy. But this is what I'm looking for. I want some continuity, man. Tell me somebody's in there. Somebody was buying that thing. And the question is, do they come back, right? SWK, nope, inside Monter. SWKS, now that's more semi-chips. They're going to go sideways here. They'll probably tell us a little bit more in May. And when you hear me talk about the tight tries, you're going to see this here. Good luck in there. But you got to get out of that. Got to get out of that. SWN, inside month. SWX, inside month. Puker. Okay. Sina, 2-2. So the good thing is you can potentially take these out. These are two directional. You just got to make sure it keeps going. That's all. AT&T. Shenanigan day there. But what do you say? STRAT Monter. But there was some shenanigans, if you remember that, on the New York Stock Exchange. It's been a pig doing nothing forever. So TAL shenanigan. Tan. So there's your inside, and you can see this solar been going sideways forever, and all of them going inside. So nothing to see here, folks. Can you explain what you meant about VX not protecting nothing? I don't understand your shorthand. Thanks. Yeah, well, let's say you don't have any gains, or you're not afraid of the market going down because it's doing nothing, right? So the VIX is based on put buying, right, to protect your position. But if you're not doing that, so most people think in terms of the VIX is opposite to the market. That's not true. Because you'll see people totally freaking out when the VIX is going up, when the market's going up. I'm like, why is the VIX going up when the market's going up? I'm like, because these guys are protecting these gains. That's what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing, right? Tap. Nice week, but not sure. TBT, we'll get the TLT. TDC, could go after the month, just haven't done it. TDOC, nice knowing you. TDW Tidewater, that's more of those OIHers that could go inside in the month. Team Triple Doji on the month. No, thank you. TAC. All right, there's a 2-2 monther. Got a little bit more to hit the magnitude of this. Not too much more meat on them bones, but it does hold that gapper upper. TAC. The 1-2 daily 2 up RevStrat fairly often. There's no guarantees in anything, but when that sets up, is more likely than not to continue than other couple of reversals. No, they're all the same. It's a matter of what's going on in everything else, right? Did have a study though of a guy on Twitter that showed that if the rev strat to the upside is off green 2 down, the probability of that working out is about 70%, right? And he was just doing that off the daily. So, but as I'm showing you today, everything else matters too. P call, what's that? And we'll get to Q&A later. I just want to get through this. Tear down, that's sideways, triple sideways. That's going to be SMHers coming in next month. Teva Farm, sideways forever. You did have this gapper downer, pivot machine gun. I don't know. Target, sideways forever. Sucks. And for newer folks too, there are going to be times like older folks will tell you, there's times when I know for sure what's going to happen. If I don't know, I'm going to call it off. I don't know. TGTX is on the gapper list. Okay, potential rev strat day. So I'm going to keep an eye on that just for a daily move. THC. Okay, THC. 2-2 hammer on the monther, and we know that healthcare has been one of the strengths. And Mark NP call. Okay. THO. Doji monther. Nope. Tiger. It's nice while it lasted. TJ Maxx setting up the 2-2 monther, but Doji doing nothing pretty much. TLT, Doji monther. GME, that's more China. Inside monther. Thermo, trying to go 2-2, but look at this years, these months. Things doing nothing. T-Moose and Squirrel, 2-2 upper, but 6 months of sideways. Small cappers cooking up the inside monther. Tandem inside monther. Triple doji. Toll Brothers, like I said, we've had some slight home builder stuff, but not kicking in. The taper. Setting up the monthly hammer, but don't know. TPX, no. Lending Tree Puker. Okay, there's a nice shooter. 2-2. Ugh. Slowly drifting death, but exhaustion risk to the low side. When things are trading sideways, they do have a breakout at some point from the consolidation. Do you have any advice on when to start looking for that, then to move, or the original high or most recent low to defend it? Ideally, we will want them to fail and go back through the range so that people that think it's a breakout is actually the one side of the broadening formation. We prefer that. So when that breakout happens matters. Is it happening at the first day of the month? Is it happening the second Tuesday of the month? Is it happening at the end of the month? And if it fails, does it set the time frame continuity back in the other direction? So when you see tight stuff, expect new broadening formations. So we expect them to fail more often than we expect them to go. And that's why we'll also watch all the tracks doing nothing. We'll watch the whole sector. What else is going on in there? TRGP setting up 3-1er. So you can see that. Triangle the out. And triangle the out. See if they can triangle those guys out. Then they got to go up there. So most people don't understand the broadening formation is how things work. They think in terms of horizontal lines. And that's why if they don't get out, they get destroyed. It's a breakout. Oh, now it's a pullback. Oop. Bye-bye, house. GRN, inside month. And Mark N, P-call. Still looking at P-call. What's going on there? Okay, no. Travelers, and that's more insurance. Inside monther, so you got all these inside monthers. TS, inside month. Tractor Supply, chop, shoppage. Trying to drift a little higher, but... Okay. Tower Semiconductor, a little about outperformance over there. I don't know what's going on there Friday, but a little outperformance in Tower Semiconductor to semis. At what point of the month do we conclude that the month will end as an inside bar? Well, we're watching, like I said, things that are definitely going inside, like all the financials. I'll tell you right now, they're going inside. There's no two ways about it, right? So we want to see how much distance you have, and then you're constantly going to watch the time frame continuity. Okay, and say that, well, if it's not going to be an inside bar, it's going to have some continuity one way or the other, right? Tyson Chickens, a little bit of a 2-2 up. GTWO, taking out the month, and we've seen EA and ATVI strengths a little bit in the gamers. You're welcome. GY, TWLO, that's a nice inside day to the downside, and then going after that month there. Twister, looks like it's over there. Twitter, there is no Twitter. There is no Twitter. Texas Instruments, more sideways in the semis. Texas Roadhouse, okay, trying. Under Armour. Now Airlines, more inside airlines. Natty, Puker. Mark, are you there? Okay, hold on, let me get back to Union Pack real quick. Inside month Union Pack, those are rails trannies. U-Pro, that's more spy. UPS, Doji, don't know. Urban Outfitters inside. More bank, USB inside. USD Canada coming down. Okay. USD Frank coming down. Crude. Okay. So crude a little bit more interesting because you got that lower low here. And if you start gunning through here, maybe we can get those weeks to start going because you triangle them out here. Now can you come after all this stuff? Yep, inside month DTHR. VXY peak. Give it up. Because the VIX doesn't hate down markets, it hates boring ones. Okay, you know, well, we're going to do Q&A. I'm almost done here, and then we'll take like a lunch break and come back. How about that? Make sure everybody gets things, power hour style. Because I got nothing to do and all day to do it, except walk my dog, have some lunch. Visa, Rev Strat month with MA the same. All right? Okay. So a little bit different from the others. Vive. Puke. Inside month VFC, which was a big macro puker. Vixie puker. Value jet, there you go. Puke. Valero refiners, sideways, nothing. VMC materials inside. BMW going private. Venom Energy would be potential 2-2. That would help. Okay, Verisign 2-2 on the week, 3-2-2 on the week. So that might get these guys going. Okay, VRTX going to highs. Drugs are working, looks like. Just some exhaustion risk. VTR, that's more rate. isn't boring. W. All right, I'll be right back. We're almost done. And then, I'll set a time here. What time is it? Noon here, 1 o'clock. Then maybe take like a half-hour break and then come back. See who wants to join us for more Q&A, power hour type stuff. All right, I'll be right back. Okay. Okay, so WB, that's inside month, and that's more China. And like I said, there's a few things that that we watch so much that aren't on the list. So I think we missed Tezlers. So Tesla's earnings are coming out on Wednesday, right? 3 months of sideways. How do you get out of there? All right, Elon. He don't care. But there's that. So let's finish this off. Then we'll take a recess and come back for Q&A. Walgreens, Doji, Munther, no thank you. WCN, garbage. Okay, trying. That's a 2-month upper, but not sure how much you get out of that. W-Day, red on the month, doing nothing. Western Digi, still staying a little weak. And so, we saw some certain tech rally early in the year. And so we want to keep an eye on if tech fails, who is that not? Okay, this is one of them. But that has not happened as yet. Wendy's, doing nothing. Doji's forever. Warren, that's trucker. So inside month, but getting closer. Wells Fargo, inside month. You did have your Rev Strat week, right? And you got a lot of earnings coming out, but Financials got mother bars forever. Whirlpool, inside monther. Wingstop, inside month, but holding fairly tough. Wix. Ugh. Okay, Waste Management, more garbage going to the highs. WMB, inside month. That's energy, so that could help next month, but we'll see. WPRT, 0. Williams-Sonoma, dead in the middle. 8 months of sideways. WWE, Wrestling. There you go. I know Jim Bradley's been trading some wrestling. So I know they're talking about getting bought out or sold out or something, but there it is, WWE, and that's what we want, long green bar. Weyerhaeuser, inside monther, that would help the home builders, but might not be till next month. Wynn Resorts, 2 on the month, but red, don't know. So that's when you get these tight tries like this. And a whole bunch of tight tries out there. Letter X, pig forever, inside monther with the steals. XHB, home builders. Now we get into the pro shares kind of stuff, and that can help a little bit. But nope, Doji, XLB, and Material Spider. Look at that. How are you going to get out of there? You are not. None time soon. So on the weekly, you'd be watching this. XLE, trying for that 2-2er. Okay. XLF, inside monther for sure. Break out the iron condors. XLI, Industrial Spider. 5 months of sideways, inside monther. XLK, what are you doing? Nothing. Wait until next month. XLP, what are you doing? Trying, but not very green. XLU, as we've seen, is a lot over the course of the day. You could see some of these Utes could reclaim and help that out, that 2-2. If they start going into some divvies and stuff like that, daily's not doing you any favor, but you got an inside day to start off. XLV, as we've pointed out, a lot of the healthcare. There you go. But now these two become an outside bar of that in the month. Now I don't know. But you got some more magnitude on these guys if they want to take them out. Discretionary? Nope. XME, handily inside. XNet pig. Exxon going 2-2 with the Chever, just not inside weaker. So like I said, we're watching all those to see if they can get them going. There's your XOP a problem with the OIH, right? The other ones, so it's XLE, not XOP, and it's not OIH, so you don't get all that help either. XPO, bottom pickers. XRT, inside, sideways, nothing. We've looked at a lot of different retails today. Yelp, I'll give you a review, doing nothing. Yeti, awesome products, sideways stock. Yandex, I think that's gone. Yum Brands, so here you can see triangle the higher high, the lower low. These two becoming outside bar of that, now I don't know. Triangle the ouch, and that's why you got to know the broadening formations. And that's why most traders that don't know that, compared to people that do, are just like, this guy's no idea what he's talking about. Why? Nancy Kerrigan, inside Munter, that's China. Zilla. Okay, ZBH, that's more medical stuff. Trying to go 2-2, but not a lot of meat on the bones either. Zebra can be a little thin, but can move, but doing nothing on the month. 3 months of sideways. ZI, inside month on the lows. Whatever they don't do. Zion Bancorp, as we know, regional banks, everybody going inside there for a while. ZM Kathy, sideways puker forever on the month. All right, inside day 311. So, I'm not saying you can't scalp this stuff, but we want these bigger moves, and that's why we're starting up at those monthlies, if not the quarterlies and the yearlies, try and get this stuff, Hey, zinc is gone. Z-scaler, slow drifting death. Zuo, let's come to that. And Zine, drifting into nothing. So, hopefully what you're seeing there is not only am I teaching you, I'm justifying what I've been doing and saying, look, you got nothing. You got nothing. And a lot of this stuff, and like, where's all the vids? I'm like, I'm telling you, if you got something else to do, go do it. And it's like not good for my business, but I'm like, look, it's good. It's good to tell you that monthly, quarterly, yearly. Well, it's not seasonality. It's Gloria. It's do you have quarterly and yearly signals? So just like we're looking at the monthly and weekly, daily and 60, do you have signals on the monthly and the quarterly? And do you have them in a sector, right?
To look that and in a sector, and then I guess my question is, is there certain times out of the year where you're like, oh, it's oil season, or like I noticed in
No.
healthcare?
Yeah, no. I would say no. Because it's always changing. So it's always, month to month, quarter to quarter. So I would say no on seasonality. Because just like, with trading, it's like all it takes is one season that it's wrong where you just get destroyed. Well, usually this is strength in the energy. Usually this is this. But when it's not, you can get killed. So that's why we just stick with the strat. So, when we can get to, let me pull up the... Yeah, let me pull up.
From what I saw, like normally October and like the government contracts for healthcare, just seems like September they were low. By December, it was like almost every year they were hitting. I was like, oh, that'd be a good Christmas. No.
Right. Well, and there's, the thing about seasonality too is, especially something like that is gonna, then you got who's the president and who's in control of the house and who's this, right? So there's, when it comes down to that kind of stuff, it's stuff we want to know about. It's just that, I'm not going to bet on it blindly without a signal, period. Because we get signals. So, real quick before we take a break, and then I'll be back for Power Hour. I got nothing to do all day, even though it's nice out and my doggy wants to play. But I want to make sure that everybody's getting this. And so, like here, like if we go to MetaBuddy's all you needed, really. That's all you needed, Meta. So if we go last year, all these things were 2-2 reversals, just getting destroyed. And you can see it opens on the low of the year, right? After that. And then, like I said, once you have that continuity, then it goes back up off the monthly. Boom. You can make more than this thing's worth. And looking to take these guys out here to triangle the out and triangle the outs. Then I don't know. After it goes 236.86, but you still have that continuity, right? So right now, 12:30, it's a 1:30. So I haven't eaten much in a few days. I've been sick. So I'm going to get some lunch and thinking that we resume here. 12:30, 1:15, give it 45 minutes. And we'll keep doing what we're doing. How about that? Now we can get to the questions. So let me type that in. And thanks for coming out, even if you're not going to stay here for that. $1.15. Oops, 15.15. That's not right. So you can call your buddies and say, Rob's still going. Rob's still going. Sound good? So we'll see. All right. I'll be back at 1:15. All right, I'm back. So we'll see who's still with us. Like I said, long hole, and everything's recorded, and like I'm saying, is like, hopefully this justifies why there hasn't been a lot of vids. Everything's recorded, man. Everything I ever say is recorded. So, what I wanted to point out today is that, there's beginning of moves and they have to follow through. There are moves that are specific to sectors, which we're seeing. Then the question is, how big is that move going to be? Right? And we're not seeing that, right? We had some tech moves, we've seen them stall out, and because they're not taking out any significant levels, right, as far as we're concerned. So hopefully today you got to see a bunch of that. All right. So if you got questions, start typing them in. Otherwise, I'll enjoy the beautiful day. But hopefully you're learning a bunch of this stuff, but everything's recorded. Definitely. Because if you go back to like the epic poem where I drew a bunch of tries 2 years ago in July, before I was taking 2 weeks off, you can go back, see what happened. What happened? Okay, let me get my glasses on. Sorry. So in any time frame bar, when a bar turns green, is it okay to start an entry or is it too early? No, you can do that. Nope, that's a change in continuity. So you can go after a change in continuity. You can go after a continuity entry. It's a matter of, how much are you going to get out of it? What do you got on all the time frames? Right? So as I was pointing out today, what do you have in all the time frames? What do you got in all the sectors? What's going on with everything? All the pieces, parts matter. And one of the songs I sang during the week to try and explain the connections to everything is like, the song, the knee bone's connected to the shin bone and the shin bone connected to the ankle bone. Well, the 60 bone connected to the daily bone and the daily bone connected to the weekly bone and the weekly bone connected to the monthly bone and the monthly bone connected to the quarterly bone and the quarterly bone connected to the yearly bone and the stock bone connected to the ETF and the ETF connected to the futures and the futures connected to the options. So that's why we're putting all the pieces parts together. When people come in here and be like, oh, well, here, I like this thing because it's hold sport. Do you? Well, here's everything else that's going on over there. Right? And so going through triangle the outs very slowly, draw the lines and stuff. Well, it's not a matter of drawing the lines. Basically, triangle the out can be exhaustion, reversal back down or up, or reversal against when it comes to continuity, and then a reversal back our way. Because then we know there's going to be tight stops, right? And so if you could give me an example of what I said and what can help you, right? So triangle the out here. See all this? 60. Higher high, lower low. Continuity entry. Boom. There's your broadening formation. Right? I know you're like, slow it down, man. Why is a 3 or a mother bar so hard to get out of? Because you've gotten people just destroyed on both sides, trying to get their money back. Slow it down, man. No, I'll get to you. I'll keep coming back to that one. Because you got people destroyed on both sides. So one of the hard parts, for people is that thinking that there's high volatility, and then they get destroyed thinking, well, I'll just trade the volatility and trade my way out of it. And then they sit there and do nothing. So somebody's got to take control. Right? Somebody's got to step in there and take control. So a lot of people got destroyed in here. On this down move, destroyed. Then trying to make their money back and just trapped in here. Right? Because what it's saying is there's no discernible trend. If you can't get out of the mother bar, there's no discernible trend. Right? That's a problem. And so when you have no discernible trend, you're going to have both forces trying to take over. It's a matter of how much firepower do they got. Can you take it out of here? And if you can't, all right, then we're going to throw another punch. It's like a good boxing match. Okay, all right? You threw your best, now we're going to throw our best. Now you threw your best, now we're going to throw our best. And then when you get into later rounds, it gets a little more interesting, right? And so if it's not moving on the monthly, you don't play it correct. You can. It's just, there'll be people trading, the intraday time frames where it's 60, 30, 15, 5 or whatever. That's fine, but if that's not you, don't do it. Right? Ninjas. So I've got to slow it down. If I'm teaching this, I got to slow it down. And I like the bigger moves. I'm old. I don't want to sit here and scout back and forth all day. I want to knock it out of the park. I want to be a designated hitter. Look out, Rob's coming in. Where's it going? Out there. Are you sure? Yes. No, as opposed to, I'm going to get on first, then maybe steal second. Like when I come to bat, I'm looking to knock it out of the park. Right? But that's me. So that's why, Chrissy, for like newer people, that's why when we have the forums here and you get to meet people that do what you do, right? And say, look, when Rob's talking, what he might be saying is totally irrelevant to what I'm doing, right? So you learn to extract the information of what I'm saying. Does this matter to you? No. It's like, don't care. Well, it depends on, when it happens, how big it's going to go, right? And how do we play it? Because you can play the shorter term stuff to pay for that longer term stuff, to look for where magnitude is and say that even if it goes to 0, I still win. But if it goes out of the park, baby, if it goes out of the park, and we've seen it happen many times, magnitude kicks in. But Chrissy, the monthlies are giving us the gauge on whether things are really going to go or not, right? And if you got things doing nothing burgers, like we've been happening all this in years and stuff like that, nope, not for me. So because we've seen, like, we had the huge oil rally, we had the tech wreck, we had meme stocks. We don't have that. We don't have that. Bitcoin, if you're in there. When there's a huge range that is a target, what is the best way to manage that trade? I've seen some RevStrats 322s that gapped. I want to go after the target, but it's pretty huge sometimes, right? So what you can do is, like I was saying before, is you can trade some common or shorter term options to make something money first, and then go after those options that seem like they're ridiculously out of the money because they're going to cost you nothing. But if that 322 kicks in, it explodes. Right? That's how you get your 10, 50 baggers and all that kind of stuff. So we want to use what we do know about the other time frames to pay for stuff like that, as opposed to just going after it. Right? Trade it first. So if things start to work out, you can roll it into things that are not even close. Barry Bonds, there you go. Barry Bonds, where's it go? It's going out there. Are you sure about that? I'm like, yes, I am. And that's where, too, is like when things start kicking in, that I'll say, why are you getting out? I'm like, when somebody gets a hold of one in baseball, this thing ain't coming back. I'm like, as soon as it clears third base and it's just screaming out of the park, okay, I'm going to sell. Why would you do that? This thing's definitely going out of the park. No question about it, right? And if it's not, something else is going to happen. You need like 100-mile gust against you. But if that doesn't happen, but that's where the strat comes in on magnitude and being like, look, we know if this works where it's going, right? And like I said during the session and recent sessions, is that people will get used to these tight ranges, and then once it starts kicking, there's no way they're going to be in. Like if you got chopped in here, there ain't no way you're going to pay up in here. We know that. Okay. And also, if something doesn't make sense, ask the question again. Don't smile and nod. Don't be a wallflower. This is relevant to my question too. If I look at hour and 30, 15, 5 to scalp, could you talk about what's the most important to keep track of? Yeah, Dan, do you have magnitude? Once it hits magnitude, and are you trading options? What are you trading? Common? And what will that do to the longer term stuff? Right? So you might want to stay in. You might want to just take the money, right? But you want to look at all the combinations. What is it? RevStrat 5 kicks in inside 15 and up, 2230 reversal. Do you have all those combinations, right? The P call charts ratio calls puts on a day. Do you think it's worth looking at? I don't, but I don't. I want to try and simplify things for people the best I can. But you can take this to all crazy levels you want to. But I've got to teach it to where I want everybody to be successful first, and then you can be crazy ninja all you want, right? Because as I've shown on the scan, it's all a matter of basing participation groups by price and time. And so what I mean by that is when you go to the charts and say, okay, give me a SPY or Meta, whatever it is, and then you look at the time frames that like TC2000 has, 10 minute, 13 minute, 15, 26, 30, 39, 78 minute, 130, 95, 4 hour. All these things matter. So you could be trading a 26 minute off a 4-day RevStrat. That still matters. That's how crazy these levels could be that you can take it to. I just want to try and make it as easy as possible first. And then depending on how much of a psycho you are, you can go after everything, so. I'm sorry, savant. I prefer that over psycho, but. And that's why I'll say stay in the 30s, 60s. There's more than enough to do. You don't get gunned down on the opening, where everybody's like, oh, it's the opening. I'm like, nah. Let's let them open and see what they really want to do here, all right? Let me see. We got some fibers. 225er. Ninja right there, SPY. 2-2. Get. 225er right there. 225er. Ooh. All right. That kind of stuff. It's like, yeah, playback. Oh, yeah, everything's recorded. 3-2-2. Do you prefer the first two, the second two? Well, if the first two, the first two, you can go after that, but it better stay below or above that 3. And if it doesn't, then you can take that reversal next too. But it's all the matter of all the time frames. So QQQ Diamond SPY is a 3-day. Is that considered simultaneous? Like if it's inside? Yes, it is. But that also means it hits magnitude. Then I don't know. Then it's going off the multiple time frames. Like I was saying, it's like it's all a matter of, what's going off, the all the other things that are going on, and that's one of the lessons of today. What's always going on? What's happening? Traveler, MU. I was here all day, and you show up here now. You ask me MU. Go back through stuff that I went through for 4 hours. Okay. What do we know about MU? MU daily, stuck in here. SMHers stuck. Don't know. How do you get out of this? But you got a lot of SMHers going inside in the month. Stalled out after a rally, so don't know. SAI. Shenanigans. Don't know. Shenanigan, I don't know. No idea. Not a lot of evidence of this thing. Don't know. Let it open because you got a good chance at inside week, unless you're going to have some big percentage moves. So I don't know. So, like I said, the SPY, you got to get out of here. You got to take that out, and you got to take that out. Once again, BC, triangle the out, C, stop these guys out. Anybody short against that or this or that, they're gone. Bam. Triangle the out, bam. T2 reversal. Triangles these guys out, and them out, and them out. Then, triangle the out, lower low. Anybody bought in here got stopped out again. Now, how do we take that out, and how do we take that out? We go sideways, chop them up. Anybody to buy the breakout? Are you? Good for you. Boom. Triangle the out. The good thing positive was that this triangle the out, 2 up, 2 down, was higher than these. So showing a little more strength, but really need these things to get bigger. Triangle they out, them, you. That means people are getting stopped out, because we know that everything trades in a series of broadening formations based on the three bar exists. All right. Price discovery works in a series of broadening formations, and it's going to stop people out on both sides, and then there'll be a real move. And ain't nobody going to be in for it, unless you know that. On the 60s, you don't have to wait for full time frame continuity, and that's why we watch those, because we're looking to see if you have exhaustion risk, because time frame continuity is a double-edged sword. Because once you go into new highs, and I say exhaustion risk, you still might have time frame continuity, but everybody who wants to be long might be long, right? That's called a crowded trade. that can be a problem, especially when you get a new time frame. Because the first guy that starts taking profits can waterfall it all the way back through the broadening formation. So just 30/60s is all you need on the gappers, and that's why I keep people on them, because you don't have to watch all the other stuff. You just have to see if it has exhaustion risk or not. Is it coming back through a previous range and stopping people out, or is it not? You want to succeed and check all the context? Yeah, that's why I'm here, to try and guide you on that and say, okay, look, here's all the things that are going on there. And that's why when I'm here, you can run it by me. I'm like, what do I need to know about this? I'm like, all right, you're swimming upstream here, or waterfall, you're good, right? So I'm not saying that you have to be an expert in, every stock, what ETF it is, sector, futures, and options. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that when now all that lines up is when the real big move happens, right? And people are taken by surprise, right? So if we have any conflict there, I'm going to call a lot of stuff off. And if you don't know what to do, don't do it. Just don't do it. So for newer folks, you'll hear me call a lot of stuff off. If you don't know what to do, don't do it. I want you to be really confident in what you're doing before you do anything, and check with me. How do I identify 3 bar that represents mother bar issues versus a 3 bar that's magnitude? A 3 bar is not going to be mother bar issues until it goes 1. So a mother bar is anything before a 1. So as soon as you have an inside bar, you got a mother bar. Now it's a matter of how big that thing is, right? But if you're in the middle of a range where you're nowhere near taking it out, like Boeing on the yearly and stuff like that, that's something. But you might have a mother bar that, has a, short-term magnitude with other signals that's going to take it out. And that's why we always have at least 4 charts up. On 30/60, better to have full time frame continuity to watch a broadening formation. What would minimum full time frame continuity be? Monthly, weekly, daily, 60. And then on the intraday, it would be 30/60, 15 fivers. Should we always count the top of a long wick as an official entry? No. That could be a 2-2 continuation. That could be very aggressive. And that's why we're always looking at multiple time frames to see what it would do, what sets up to do that. A measured move. I don't have any right off the top of my head, but what measured move means is that you have an initial move, like I'm trying to think, we had a potential good one, but okay, what you have is like an initial move, a nice one, long or short, and then you either get an inside bar or just a stall out, slight 2 up where it's doing nothing for a while, and then it starts gunning again. Because what you always want to understand what's happening. We're not reading charts, we're trying to understand what's happening. So when that occurs, is that, let's say I'm a big buyer, like I've got size to buy big time, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run this thing real fast, right, with my first initial buys, knowing that I've got a ton behind it, right? But I need stock, right? And so then once I do that, I can sit on the bid for a while and see if I can get some stock on the bid. All right, I'm not going to keep running this thing, but I got plenty of stock, and that anybody who's short that I just gunned, they're hoping it rolls back over, but I'm sitting on the bid, right? And I got size to buy, right? And so over time, when I start to not get any stock and it doesn't roll over, then I step up and I do it again, right? And then all of those guys who are short, then they got to cover. So you get the initial move, the sideways doing nothing, and then the second blaster. If that makes sense. Because that's why we're always picking up on what are they doing, right? Let's say I've got 200 million shares to buy for Warren Buffett of Apple. I'm going to gun that thing with the first 50 million. Because I don't care. I got another 150 million. I can support this thing. It's not going down, right? The question is, am I going to be able to get stock? And when people are like, "Oh, no, it's overbought," is it? Watch this. I got another 50 million to buy. I don't have any measured moves off the top of my head. If anybody does, that'd be nice. But it also matters where that occurs too. All right? Do I go blast into the highs, or am I coming back through the measured move? Could be a 2-1-2, but it doesn't have to be. It could be a 2-2-2-2-2. You just want to look for that long green bar. I thought we had a good one. I just can't remember what it was going through it. But it could be a 2-2-2. It just might be a 2 where I'm slowly moving my bid up. And so it's still a 2-2 instead of a 2-1-2. The 2-1-2 is a potential, yes. But it could be a 2-2 where it just starts drifting and then blasts again. Where I'm trying to get stock, but I'm not. But I'm just slowly moving my bid up. And said, the hell with it. Going this thing again. 10 million to buy at the market. The market, yep. And then bid it. And then bid it. Because another thing that traders have a problem with too is they all think in terms of that everybody's like them. And be like, you got to realize there's some bigger entities and stuff working on all this stuff. Be like, who would buy it up here? I'm like, a guy who doesn't think it's going higher, a guy who knows it is. He knows it is because he's taking it there. Are mobile hammers and shooters actionable signals or just aggressive entries? Well, they're actionable. They're just aggressive. That's all. And the reason those work, like a mobile hammer, is like kind of like the measured move, where you go a 2 up, then you sell off, but come back towards the highs and hammer, and then start gunning. Anybody got short during that period? and it starts running into full time frame continuity the upside, now you got short covering with the guy who's buying aggressively. The thing about that, where I just talked about continuity, being a double-edged sword, once that ends, you've got to defend that like hell, because what you're going to do is you're going to create an order vacuum, because you just blew out all the shorts and you just bought a bunch of stock, and if you're not still buying, those guys are gone, and anybody takes profits on that, then you get the shooter counters hammer. So you just got to be aware of that. But when they work, they really work. Everybody's screwed. Guys trying to buy stock can't get it. Guys who are short can't get out. BX. Probably because all the financials going inside month, doing nothing. Oh, yeah, measured move. There you go, Facebook. That's a good one. Sorry. Okay, gonna buy some stock. Gonna sit on the bid for a month. All right, then we're gonna gun this thing. We're not getting any stock. We got stock down in here. We're good. We're trying to buy some more stock, and then boom, get. AG. Yuck. Doji Munther. So a lot of the silvers stocks went up and then came back in. Don't know. It was some secondary golds that went. And like I said in the vid, if you can get big boys like Newmont to get going, that would change a few things. But Newmont stalls out itself, so I don't know. And so I'm sorry I had to point out a lot of things doing nothing. Had to do it. Had to do it. A lot of people are like, how come Rob's not making vids? I'm like, because things are doing nothing. You get killed in here. Day-to-day operations. All right.
Hey, Rob, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, cool. Hey, we chatted during the live sessions this week on Apple, where I kind of missed the boat on it and couldn't get in just due to other things. And you were trying to coach me through getting in on a 15-minute at some point or something.
Well, you can go back to the 3060s. We'd prefer, like, once again, this could be like Facebook, where you get this nothing monther and then ripper. Right? For right now, They're not doing much. Right? If you can get in there and keep it profitable, and I talked about this morning, if we can go after these guys and get that outside year. All right?
Yeah.
So we want to stay profitable. All right? We always want to do that. Right? But for the month, it's not doing much. Right, so even if it goes 2 up, 2 down in the week, you can hit some magnitude. You just want to stay above that, right? So if you got to get stopped out, so be it. It'll chop them up. It'll stop them out, like here on the daily, the 2 down, 2 up, stuff like that. But like this in Oracle, we're still looking for the good goods to the upside. It's just right now, as we come to the middle of the month, still doing nothing. So you go back to them 60s, 30s. There's your 2260 right there. All right, so
yeah, actually, I took a similar one like that on a 15, and it went up. It worked out pretty well, but then it immediately came back down.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It's a lot of chop shop. Even we know things, but we don't have a lot of evidence that everything's gonna. You don't get a lot of help. You don't have got Hughes help. You don't got you don't have that, right? And that's why there's a challenging environment. Right, and so that's why, I know getting stopped out can be annoying as hell, but you got to do it. And then when you don't, stay in, because a lot of people will get stopped out a lot, and then once something starts working, get out, because they're used to it just turning right around on them. But that's usually the time you want to stay in. Now it's working. Now it's working, right?
All right, so as long as the month stays above last month, now we're looking at the shorter time frames for those reversals and those opportunities to get in.
Yeah, and even if you chopped up in here next month, like I said, it could be like a Facebook where you get here's your measured move, jam it up sideways, then boom. Boom. But we'll see.
Good. All right, cool. Thanks, you. Appreciate it.
right? Well, Bristol Myers, like I talked about. Bristol Myers, I mean, you still have these things are still good, but you got Bristol Myers, you got Johnny John, talked about this all morning. Inside week for Johnny Johns. So always concerned about short-term magnitude risk, but exhaustion risk, but it's good till it's not. So. Any suggestions on a better broker than Thinkorswim? Yesterday I canceled 10 contracts, only tried to buy 2. Well, I guess that's, usually that's up to, everybody's individuality, interactive brokers, try them out. And are you using their charting software and all the things? What are you doing? Yeah, Thinkorswim's great until the market starts moving. And if you can pull it off, you can have, separate accounts just in case something goes wrong in one platform. Yeah, larger ETF magnitude and futures magnitude and all that. Oh, that all matters. Oh, yeah. I want them tailwinds. Because then you got guys that are buying that don't want to buy. If they have to. Because just like in the futures cash, there's also arbitrage in ETFs where I'm like, this thing's running. I have to buy the stock for my arbitrage. So. But on that note, I think I'm going to cut it. You got it all vidded out, so you can go watch it back, and then we can circle back. Monday night going to be another power hour, all that kind of stuff. So you've got a lot. You got a lot to go through, and it's a nice day here, and it's going to be the last nice day for a while. I'm going to play with my doggy. So I hope you got a lot out of it, of how we put things together and why we put things together. And if you're still new and, trying to put it together, that's why we do stuff like this. You want to put the stock with the ETF, with the futures. You want to see how many signals are triggering in the same direction at any given time. So on that note, everybody have a great weekend. And I will see you bright and early on Monday morning for more fun. So thanks for coming out. Appreciate it. All right.